This is your seat, sir. Please, may we please have the national anthem, please. I would like to request my brother Benjamin and my sister, the Director of Animal Husbandry Services, Mrs. Winnie Laisholari, to please help us with the new national anthem, please. No, I think they have a special with the mixture of the old and the new generation. Thank you. Please, let's have you, please.
Okay. Yes, they're playing.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace on battle honor, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you. You may be seated. For those who are still expecting us to do the national prayer, the last stanza of the national anthem takes care of that, because it is a prayer. It says, O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Let's say amen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, let me quickly invite the following dignitaries to join the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries on the high table. If the country rep for FAO or his representative is there, please, please take your seat on the high table. I would like to equally invite the Managing Partner, Sahel Consulting, Mr. Temi Adegoroye, to please take a seat on the high table. Is he here? Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. I would like to say that for this event for today, the Director of Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mrs. Winnie Laisholari, is representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Temitope Fashademi, fellow Nigerian Institute of Management. So if you see her speaking, it may be the voice of a woman, but that speech is for the Permanent Secretary. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to formally welcome every one of us to this World Milk Day 2024 mega celebration. As you can see from the banner, The theme of this celebration is harnessing the nutrition and investment opportunities in the dairy value chain. On behalf of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Corberan and Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, in collaboration with key stakeholders in the Nigerian dairy industry, I want to formally welcome every one of you and thank you for finding time to be with us at this celebration. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the course of this celebration, which of course is to be flagged off by the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi CON, it is very important to let you know also that the National Dairy Policy will be unveiled by the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. There will be presentations, panel discussions, breakout sections. This is to enable us share very useful information. This is to enable us exchange some constructive ideas. This is to enable us to brainstorm to reposition for good service delivery. After all, they say when we all think alike, no one is thinking. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you and I thank you for finding time to be with us. Having said this, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly do we have the representative of Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment here? Do we have anybody? Please come and take your seat on the high table. You are representing your organization. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's encourage her with our applause, please. Do we have any of our dignitaries from raw materials? Do we have anybody? Madam, raw materials? Okay. Okay, please come forward and take your seat on the high table. Thank you. Please, let's encourage her, please. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you see, we have this generation of ministers who are actually giving us hope in this country. One of them is the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security. They said the secret of success is constancy of purpose. It takes a very successful leader to lead very successful people. I welcome you. I thank you, Honorable Minister, for being part of this occasion. Despite his commitment somewhere else, the minister still made it to this place. We want to thank you so much. God bless you. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, because our time is fast spent, let me at this point invite the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Temitope Fashademi, fellow Nigerian Institute of Management, ably represented today by the Director, Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mrs. Winnie Lai Sholani. Please, let's encourage her with our applause for the welcome address. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, distinguished guests, I see before me very distinguished personalities. I see Professor Bogoro all the way, he's here. I see my dear brother of Correct, Barrister. I also see the ladies, the big players in the dairy industry. I see Aisha Bashir of Charm Dairies. I see Dr. Bukar all the way from Borno. I also acknowledge my dear brother, Dr. Vakuru of Veterinary and Pest Control Services, ably represented. I also see Dr. Vincent Isegbe, ably represented of the Nigerian Agricultural Quarantine Service. I also have here Sain Chipeta, the Sector Controller, Food and Agriculture, Royal Danish Consulate General in Lagos. She's here with us. I also see the pastoral organizations. If you recall that over 80% of our animals are in their hands, we will clap for them because they are the ones holding the key to dairy industry. I see Kulen Allah ably represented here by his president. I see the academia before me. I see key players in the dairy industry. I see the children. Children, how are you? Can you please be upstanding? Let's recognize you. Thank you. The future belongs to the children, and they are here to sit down, to spice our day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege, and with all humility, that I welcome all of you on behalf of the key principals in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, our Honorable Minister, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, who will have loved to be here, and our own dear, indefatigable, amiable, dogged, committed, Honorable Minister of State, distinguished Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, and the Permanent Secretary, and indeed, my colleagues in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Director Nutrition, who is like a twin sister now, even with the team that we have, ably represented by Kilishi, my brother. We welcome you heartily to this year's 2024 World Milk Day celebration that has started on a very high note with the road walk. For those of you who were here on Saturday, we walked from Area 1 to Area 11. We were not tired, sending signals to the country and to all of us that we really mean business in the dairy industry. And true to type, the Honorable Minister of State joined us and offered this very elaborate press briefing that you see all over the media. It is uncommon to see a leader leave everything, come out on Saturday, spend almost the whole day in office, and you are not clapping. Honorable Minister, sir, we are most grateful. I also want to welcome you on behalf of FMITI. They will be giving their goodwill message. Our journey in trying to get a dairy policy will not be complete without Raw Material Research Development Council and FMITI. I want to warmly welcome you again and again, and to encourage you that as we discuss today issues that border on nutrition, that border on dairy development, that border on harnessing the opportunities we have, investment opportunities that we have, that we should all, as a matter of duty, stay back and discuss and prefer solution for government. Do not forget, we have a listening president, like we all know. We speak and he listens. So this is another opportunity we have to talk to him through our reports and the progress we will make today. So on behalf of all of us here in the dairy family, the FMAFS family, FMITI, raw materials, and all of us, I say a very, very big welcome. God bless you.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they said a woman cannot be assessed with the words of her mouth alone, but her ability to stand before a quality audience like this and deliver. Please let's give the representative of the Permanent Secretary a round of applause. If you have the program with you, some will be skipping the goodwill messages because of the exigency of the office of the Honorable Minister. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they said vision without action is merely a dream. But when a vision is translated into action, the society changes for the better. We have this personality who has continued to demonstrate exemplary leadership qualities at all times. He was once a senator, a very distinguished senator for that matter, and also the minister. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the podium the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security for his address and the flag off. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Please sit down. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first let me apologize for coming late. It's not in my character, but the exigency of what we are passing through today dictates that the best time I can come is when you saw me. I had another meeting which ought to have started by 9, but because of the strike, we have to, and this involves a foreign country, Indonesia, so we had to shift to another venue outside the ministry because they are already in country. So to make that arrangement itself and so many other things was something else. So, but I'm glad to be here. But incidentally, again, when I thought, well, I'll be here and I'm going to sit through to listen to innovative minds like my brother here, Yako, and all the very wonderful people doing great work in the dairy industry, I got another message that the committee dealing with the issue of labor is meeting and I have to be in attendance. So that explains why I have to come on board, at least just to say 1 or 2 words. Whatever I want to say, I think we have said so through the press briefing, which was very elaborate and robust. And I think today is just to lend our support and to tell you that we are with you. We are watching what you are doing. We believe the dairy industry is another very strong economic growth path for this country. And we believe that it's also a very key input into our national nutrition security. The report, incidentally, the nutrition and the macronutrient survey was unveiled right in this venue. And one of the highlights of it showed clearly that our women and children are highly deficient in so many micronutrients, which easily, by guaranteeing milk security for farm families and for Nigerian families, this can be ameliorated. So I think the role of the dairy industry in supporting our food security program cannot be overemphasized. For effect, when you talk about food security, you are talking about many dimensions. Yes, food can be available, affordable, accessible, but the question you will now ask is what type of food? So this is where the aspect of nutrition comes in. And in talking about nutrition, then you have to talk about the various sources, whether you talk about plant-based or animal-based. But we all know the one that is highly desired and desirous is the animal source protein. And milk is one complete one, because I doubt if there is anybody here who was not raised with milk in the beginning of his life. If you are not raised by milk, please raise up your hand. Will I see any hand? Wow. So if you are raised with milk, please can you show your hand? You see, that is the beauty of milk. And that tells you the journey. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. Renewed hope is here. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is totally committed to the Nigerian project, is totally committed to providing what it takes for Nigeria to be totally, and when I mean totally, totally food secure. Because it's not enough for you to take milk today, and tomorrow you don't have milk and you don't have an alternative to milk. If that is happening to you, you are not food secure. What we mean by food security is for you to have the type of food in the right quality and quantity day on, day on, day on for your life. And I think given what we are endowed with as a country, we are capable of doing it. So at this stage, let me thank all the critical stakeholders, and I'm sure the massive introduction by the Director Animal Husbandry Services is a clear indication that she's on the field and she's aware of all the spots where actions and developments are taking place. And we are also putting our eyes on those directions that she's putting her eyes and challenging her that, look, we need to get this industry right. Just recently, we concluded the MSP for feed and fodder. And you know, for the dairy industry, feed and fodder is key because the cows or other livestock that you're using, whether you're talking about goats or any other, livestock that is capable of producing milk, but we know majorly the cows, they have to eat very well. They need to eat very well to convert. And I think good feed, therefore, is a sine qua non for dairy industry development. And with what we are doing at the side on this, I want to guarantee you that in no time, what the National Dairy Policy is recommending will begin to receive massive attention, and we are going to walk the talk. We are not going to complain. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has said it times without number, I don't want to complain. I'm going to do the work. So he has given us the work, and I want to tell you, in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, we are not going to listen to complain. We are not going to complain. We want to work, and if you are going to join us, please join us so that we can work. We know the problems. I think there are books and volumes of catalogs of what the problems are. They've been defined, whether from formal research, experiential research, or even street research. Because if you go out to the street now and ask somebody about all these things, he'll say, this one, now for rich people, is it not? But then you can see the ingenuity of the marketers in the industry who decide that every family too deserves to have, there is a particular one, I think that I was talking about, is it our milk? I don't want to say so that you don't say I'm here to advertise any product. I have to be sensitive. I'm father to all, so I shouldn't be seen selective. But the point I'm trying to pass here is that those in the industry are doing a very wonderful job. They are doing a very marvelous job. Let me tell you a short story. I served in Adamawa State. Unfortunately, your guest speaker is from Adamawa State. And as a vet, along with one of my friends who is from Akwa Ibom, Dr. Uko Uyobong, Ekerete, when we go out to eat, the first time, coppers, we didn't know the food culture initially, what time people eat, so we will be late. By the time we go to Kabilo, that restaurant, that popular restaurant, the food is finished. So the only thing you need to look for is, I'll say, okay, let's go and look for where we can get Friday. No. Then my friend Uko, he will say, Ali, you started. How do you want me to take this thing? I say, you are just joking. When you taste it, I'm sure you will start fighting me for this thing. And I will tell you like what do they call it? How do you call it? A prediction, eh? Dr. Uko Uyobong Ekerete, in fact, every blessed day, he had already gotten a Fulani girl who was keeping dekere. You know dekere? Dekere, for that matter. For those of you who you know Fura, they don't know. But when you hear dekere, you have gone deeper. You know, he will keep it. By the time I'm out, by the time I'm back, I'll come and see, you know, properly kept. I say, you said you can't take these things. So I believe today when some products started selling Fura de Nono, people thought it was just a northern food. I bet today, is there any big town in Nigeria where those brands have not taken their products to? Is there? Everybody is used to Fura de Nono now, isn't it? So that is the power of this product called milk. And I believe all of you who are doing your best to see that the dairy industry develops are the future millionaires of this country. Don't doubt it. Better say amen to what I've said, though. If you know you are going to be the future millionaire from dairy industry, please raise up your hand. Let me see. There are some who don't want to be millionaires. So, you see, the value chain is massive, from the containers to so many things that are being done along that value chain. So, let me not bore you. Like I said, I would have loved to be here, but the call to duty means I have to exit shortly. But I want to congratulate all of you for this year's World Milk Day celebration. And I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that based on the PACE conference, I've seen the media interest. Please, let's keep the flag flying high. So can we say World Milk Day celebration? Congratulations to all Nigerians. Now, before I leave, we are doing all of this because of the youth, the very young future of our country. And I think from what we have seen so far, whatever we are doing, the Renewed Hope agenda talks about inclusivity. So Nigeria youth, all those young ones there, these are our children. Can you come forward? All of you, come forward. Before I exit, let me do a picture with them. But give all of them one milk. Let them hold. Give them one milk to hold. Take any milk you see there. Anyone. Take anyone you see there. Take and see some there. Just come here. Take it. Come here. All of you, climb here. Climb here. See, there's a step there. Take that step. Nobody is directing them now. So come. Yes, come. If you take, come. Let them come. We are here because of them. Oh yeah, come and stand. Line up. Line up like this. Line up. Come here. Okay. Line up. Maybe move back. Some of you can come like this. Move back. Some of you should cough. Cough like this. Okay. So those ones that are small, come here. Okay. So create space for me. Create space here for me. Okay.
Yes.
Of celebrating today is these people. Nutrition, come and join. Prof.
You may have to.
Yes, it's okay. We are all taller than them, so let them be in the front.
Yes.
get to us here. Mr. Bilade. Cheers. The teacher did not join. She was supposed to join them now.
All right, gentlemen, please can you clap for these our young children? So with this, I want to once again thank you very much. We look forward to a more robust World Milk Day celebration. The industry players should brace up. In the course of the year before next year, we intend to be in the field to show support, to understand the problem, and to see exactly what and where we are supposed to intervene. Because if you don't know a person's problem, you will not be able to help. And the only way you can understand the problem is by being on the field to see what is happening and to work out programs that will be of mutual benefit. I assure you, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is highly interested in the livestock sector, and at every turn of event when he's opportune to speak, he tells you he wants a change in the livestock industry. Therefore, the dairy industry is a critical component. The other part, is of course the beef, because these are two different objectives. Incidentally, if you are into dairy, you just have to close your eyes to beef. If you are in beef, you have to close your eyes to dairy because their objectives are different. But then they have complementary roles to play. And we believe in whatever we do. We have the technical expertise. The experts are there. That's why we have people like Professor Bogo, who have been in the field, and they are almost retiring, but they are not tired, and they can never be tired because their gene is a very sturdy and strong one that has a lasting and staying capacity. Thank you, Prof. So on this note, I want to thank all of you, and please, I encourage you to stay behind and listen to all the things that will be said by the speakers you have, and I will follow with keen interest. At the end of the day, I hope to get a report that will help us to know exactly what to do and how to advise government to ensure the dairy policy that will be unveiled tomorrow by the grace of God is one that will serve as that magic wand that will solve the problem of the dairy industry. Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I would like to plead with you, maybe as you exit the arena, maybe just window, see all the exhibition stands as you exit. Thank you very much for your acceptance. Thank you. Please, a resounding applause for the Honorable Minister, please. Please, I would like to implore us to please wait so that after the inspection of the exhibition stands, we can commence the other aspect of the section. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may we please take our seats so that we can move very fast. At this point, I want to welcome you all back to the hall. I want to say that it has been a very wonderful day and exciting one too. From morning, you've been patient enough to actually be with us. Thank you so much. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to say to you, let me at this point invite a drama skit and dance presentation group who will be showcasing the nutritional benefits of milk for optimal family health well-being. Join me, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming to the stage the Blaze Theatre Company. The Blaze, if you are ready for us, we are ready for you. Thank you.
From today, we will always take you for the betterment of our health.
very much. Thank you very much. We want to appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A very good applause for the Blaze Theatre Company. What you saw was a demonstration to the fact that these ones drank milk while they were growing. The dance was energetic. They drank milk, not kunu. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. We'll just quickly take our goodwill messages. Then after that, we'll now take a clip of the success stories. Then before we now invite our keynote speaker to address us on this special occasion. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will quickly say that for the keynotes, for the goodwill messages, each speaker is given just 3 minutes to speak. I know you can speak within 3 minutes and be articulate. Having said this, let me quickly welcome the representative of Kodaran to step forward and give a goodwill message for 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Basi Akbayang, the Executive Director, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran. I am giving this goodwill message on behalf of our National President, WMD Abubakar, who has been here with us since morning but had to quickly run for a very urgent engagement. So I'll stand on existing protocols and then I'll read out his speech. I am greatly pleased to join the federal government of Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, other distinguished stakeholders in the Nigerian dairy industry, and the global community at large to celebrate World Milk Day, a day set aside globally to celebrate the health and nutritional benefits of milk and the contributions of the dairy industry to livelihoods and economic development. This year's World Milk Day celebrations has come at a time when the deficit in the consumption of milk and dairy products has widened significantly due to the fast reducing purchasing power of Nigerian citizens during a period of crippling economic challenges. Milk is fast becoming a luxury food in many Nigerian households, unaffordable and unreachable. By these, the essential nutrients like proteins, calcium, and vitamins, which are basic building blocks for the optimal functionality of the human body, are elusive for our country's vulnerable groups like children and pregnant women. This situation has caused unpleasant statistics to continually emerge about stunting among Nigerian children. Furthermore, at a time of necessary but difficult economic reforms by the federal government of Nigeria, when inflation consistently trends upwards and the exchange rate between the naira and the dollar has reached record levels, it is pretty much unconscionable to sustain the current levels of milk importation to Nigeria. The burden of over $1.5 billion spent annually to import milk and dairy products into Nigeria is clearly an unpleasant weight that the economy could do without. The Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, Kodaran, continues to track the data on milk imports into Nigeria and observes the upward trend in the value and volume of milk imported into the country in the last 3 years. For example, in the last 2 quarters of 2023, we spent 102.1 billion naira in Q3 alone to import about 46.2 million kilograms of milk from 17 countries into Nigeria. And in the last quarter of 2023, we spent 86.6 billion naira importing 35.8 million kilograms of milk from 20 countries. This unwholesome situation in respect of nutrition and well-being and economic development of Nigeria calls for concerted efforts by all stakeholders to increase investment in local production and supply of milk to achieve self-sufficiency in milk and dairy products. This would ensure that milk is available in the right quality and quantity for Nigerian citizens, especially children, and reduce the burden of expending scarce foreign exchange on milk importation on the nation's economy. Nigeria's aspiration should be firmly focused around earning significant foreign exchange from the export of milk and dairy products in the next few years, rather than spending on them. Therefore, the theme of this year's World Milk Day celebrations, which is harnessing the nutrition and investment opportunities in the dairy value chain, is actually a call to action for the socio-economic transformation of Nigeria. This year's World Milk Day celebration will also witness the historic unveiling of the National Dairy Policy by the Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, a policy that we envision that its implementation will catalyze transformational investments in the Nigerian dairy industry and position it to be optimally productive and globally competitive. Kodaran is thus pleased with the efforts of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in making this feat possible at this moment in time. As the Apex Association of Commercial Dairy Industry Operators in Nigeria, Kodaran is committed to its vision to actively promote the production, processing, marketing, and consumption of quality and nutritious dairy products made from natural or from local resources. At the core of this vision is an unwavering dedication to develop the dairy industry by fully harnessing local milk resources to create jobs and national wealth and to achieve food and nutrition security. Kodaran will continue to remain at the forefront of organizing and hosting the World Milk Day celebrations in collaboration with critical stakeholders in the dairy industry, because the event provides an opportunity for advocacy, for learnings, and strategizing to improve the dairy industry. We therefore congratulate the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, and other distinguished stakeholders who have joined in unison to organize this illustrious event. It is our hope that the learnings and recommendations of this event in the next 2 days will translate to visible impact by way of sustainable dairy industry development in Nigeria in the days and months to come. Thank you all for coming, and do have a great and memorable celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I gave the last speaker 5 minutes. He spoke for 7 minutes, but no problem. I know he drank milk this morning. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to invite the representative of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to please step forward and give a goodwill message. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here to give a goodwill message on behalf of my Permanent Secretary. That's Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Ambassador Nuru Abarimi. At this occasion of the 2024 World Milk Day Conference, he is unavoidably absent because he's not because of the exigencies of your office, but he has sent me to represent him here. So I will be standing on the existing protocol that Director of Husbandry has set, which was very extensive. Thank you. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today to deliver the goodwill message of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment at the 2024 World Milk Day and the unveiling of the National Dairy Policy Conference. Permit me to congratulate the organizers of this event to mark the World Milk Day and to state that this is a critical forum meant to serve as a good platform for players in the upstream, midstream, and downstream dairy value chain, and critical MDAs to establish linkages and strategize on ways to promote the importance of the dairy industry. Milk, as we know, is synonymous with good food, nutrition, good health, and productivity. Milk is also critical and strategic to the growth of the world economy, as the economies of many countries in the world today rely on milk and other dairy products. As such, Nigeria as a nation cannot afford to be in isolation, taking into cognizance the nation's comparative and competitive advantages in the production and processing of milk in line with the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan. The dairy sector is also one of such sectors that have been identified to effectively leverage to diversify the country's economy. Available information at the disposal of my ministry indicates that Nigeria has cattle stock of over 20 million cows, but only 2.3 million cows are utilized for large-scale dairy production, producing an average of 0.8 liters per cow per day. In the same vein, the country's estimated annual production stands at 672 million liters of milk, as against annual demand of 1.6 billion liters. Ladies and gentlemen, while appreciating our prospect in the dairy industry, government is not unaware of the challenges in both the upstream, midstream, as well as the downstream dairy value chain. It is in that respect that the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is deepening collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and other relevant MDAs in the implementation of the National Dairy Policy to address the impediments and by extension set the industry on the path of growth. It is gratifying to state that, that FMT is a key player and has been actively involved right from the conception, formulation, and approval of the policy by the Federal Executive Council. This is a testimony to the synergy and doggedness and sacrifices of the collaborating MDAs, critical to the growth of the dairy industry. No doubt, the unveiling of the policy marks a milestone worthy of celebration. It is clear that all the collaborating MDAs have their unique mandates and responsibilities in the implementation of the policy. On this note, it is expected that MDAs will diligently and independently execute their respective rules as pertains their mandates and come together as one family when the need arises for the successful implementation of the policy as we journey towards making Nigeria a self-sufficient nation in dairy and dairy products. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to commend all the MDAs, captains of industry, and gentlemen of the press for making this day unique and this event successful. Thank you for finding time to grace this occasion, and I wish all of us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam. Before I invite the next speaker, I've been told that the former Vice Chancellor of University of Maiduguri, who was once a Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Duse, Professor J.D. Amin is here too. I don't know where. Thank you very much. You're welcome. I didn't know you were there. I was trying to say that the front seat is where you belong, but you're already there. Thank you very much. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the speaker from Raw Materials Research and Development Council. Okay, are you there? Okay, please. Placement is for 3 minutes. I believe you can even do it within 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Please, let's encourage her, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My name is Foster Obuefi-Chima. I am a Deputy Director in Raw Materials Research and Development Council. I welcome you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. But MC, I'm surprised you gave us more time, but I will not disappoint you. We at the Raw Materials Research and Development Council has the mandate to make raw materials available for industries. And at a point, we found out that in the dairy sector, we import most of our raw materials. And we considered dairy sector as a strategic sector. That led to the inclusion of dairy in our strategic projects. The chairman of Dairy Development Strategic Projects of the council would have been here, but she just retired, and I had to step in. I want to thank the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security on behalf of my DG that would have been here, but it's barely 1 week in office. I recall with nostalgia when we started writing the first alphabets of this policy that we'll unveil tomorrow. I recall how the ministry has carried everybody along, how Federal Ministry of Industries, Trade and Investment has been there consistently. And I am pleased to see them here, Zachariah, the Madam and others. I want to stand here to tell us that we are spending much in the importation of milk and milk products, and that has to stop. The council is making concerted effort to help people in the production, because for any sector to thrive, production is key. We have helped so many of them, they are here, and I want to assure you that we are moving all the way with Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. She's a woman of my generation. Thank you very much for, for keeping to time. Do we have the representative of FAO here? Okay, we'll move on. Sterling Bank. Oh, thank you. Please, these are, when we talk of the secret of everything we do has to do with money. Sterling Bank, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we are discussing milk, we are inviting a bank. And so what is bank going to do when it comes to the issue of milk? We have the major players in the sector, and now you are inviting a bank. I was in one program, they invited the players, and the bank came up. And I was like, what will I tell these people now? So I said, we too, we actually deal in milk in the bank. And our milk is the currency we deal in. It's the money we deal in. So when I go to the meeting of seed manufacturers, our seed in the bank is the currency we deal with. And I'm here today to congratulate each and every one of us for celebrating this World Milk Day today. I'm from Sterling Bank, and Sterling Bank is synonymous with the Agric Bank. Why am I saying that? Wherever you go, if you mention one or two banks that are friendly when it comes to agricultural financing, you will discover that they will mention Sterling. And we've done a lot in this sector. We are not selective. We fund the business of agric from the entire value chain end to end. And for the dairy sector, we've started something with different players, and we've been doing a lot when it comes to funding the sector. So we are actually doing a lot in the sector. And I'm here today to tell you that we are ready to partner with you to stimulate activities in the sector. And for us, most of you are aware, when it comes to funding, before we have intervention funds coming from the federal government, and now there is no intervention fund of single digit. Now what do we do? Because if you are borrowing from a bank today, on our balance sheet, commercial lending will give you at nothing less than 30%. But then we try to be innovative and say, okay, for this sector, I think we need to find a way of, pushing money into the sector. And we now discover that we can actually partner with some international organizations to do what we call blended finance, matching funds. And we have one already in-house where we partner with a particular development organization, and we have about $21 million, and that fund will lend at single digit 9% all in, and that fund is still available. But there is a caveat: it's for young people, those between the ages of 18 to 35. We call it Sterling Women and Youth in Agriculture, SWAY ACFIN. It's for women and men, but the ages has to be 35 and below. And we've done a lot in that. We've done that with some dairy farmers somewhere in the southwest, and we are already working with some people within this very town, Abuja, and want to extend it to many of you. If you have your milk producers, and of course you need them to aggregate for you, just let us know, and then we can partner with you. So we are available as a bank. And as Sterling again, what we do, you remember when you talk about agriculture, during the Maputo or Malabo Declaration 2003, that either the states or whatever business, you need to allocate about 10% of your total budget to that sector. But as Sterling Bank today, we've allocated over 15% of our total loan book. I think you should clap for Sterling Bank. And we are agri friendly. Thank you very much. If you look for any bank, Sterling is your worthy partner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Sterling Bank, for using this platform to advertise your bank. Thank you very much. Before we take the last one good message, let me invite Sani Chipeta to please step forward, to please give a goodwill message. Please, let's give her a round of applause, please. When I got this complimentary card, it was not in English, so it was very difficult for me to know precisely. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Just turn it around and it's in English. Okay. Sorry. But thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to applaud you for this celebration we're having today. I'm Sanne Chipeta. I'm the Sector Councillor for Food and Agriculture in the Danish Embassy to Nigeria. And I will stand here on existing protocol, believe. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be able to talk to you today. I happen to come from a very small country. I think less than 6 million inhabitants, so you can imagine this is cannot be compared to Nigeria in terms of size of issues of food security. But what I feel is important today is to say that I am coming from a country and a society whose wealth has been built on dairy development. There are many people in this world that are saying you cannot build a country with wealth on agriculture. I'm just saying that is not our experience. If you look at Denmark today, of course we're doing all sorts of other things now, but it was the dairy value chain that actually lifted us from total poverty and misery in the rural areas, where now the farmers started transitioning from cereal production, grain production, into livestock production. And the first one was dairy. And they created cooperatives where they could actually process the milk and market it together. They had, of course, a very good market in the British market and the German market at that time. But the way of organizing this is unique, I believe. And what was important about it was that anybody could join. The cooperative made it possible that even very smallholder farmers could join, the biggest could join, and it was a democratic movement, but it was really based on making an income for the farmers and also securing profit of the farmers for farmers. So I'm just bearing this witness to you today. I know during history we have also as a country been trying to contribute where we could. I think we have contributed in East Africa to their development of dairy production and their cooperative development. We've also had a hand in India's white revolution. And I would say today, of course, what we want to support with here in Nigeria, we really want to support this development. We are currently engaged in a government-to-government collaboration. That's one of the important ways for the Danish government to support other countries that are interested in that, where we're working together with the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security on creating the enabling framework for strengthening sustainable livestock production. There we are collaborating on the gaps and challenges that the ministry is having on these issues and trying to utilize that experience we have from our own situation to see where it can actually give inspiration and improve the framework conditions for livestock keepers in Nigeria. So that is a very important part of our work here in Nigeria. Of course, we also have companies here that are in Nigeria and supporting local production. Actually, like Alaf right now are producing locally in Nigeria. At the same time, has the Danish government provided funds to work on building capacity of smallholder farmers around the Ala farm that is in Damao area in Kaduna to settle and also learn from the experience and supply milk into the dairy by Ala. We have other companies here I don't need to mention, but we are really, really happy to be in this situation eventually to really support the strengthening of these value chains in Nigeria. So I'm happy to be here, and I wish you all a very wonderful celebration of the World Milk Day. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much time.
No, it's all right. It's acceptable. Thank you. Please, let's give our applause, please. We'll take the last goodwill message. I'd like to invite the representative of Air Press. If you're here, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Don't let me be accused of being gender insensitive. Let's give him applause, please.
Thank you, sir. on behalf of the National Coordination and the various state coordination offices of HelpPress, on behalf of the National Project Coordinator, Sanusi Abubakar, we congratulate the various stakeholders, the many stakeholders, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and the Department of Animal Husbandry Services, especially the leadership headed by Mrs. Winnie Lai-Sholari, for one, being able to put together a memorable celebration of the World Meat Day, two, for a successful enactment of the dairy policy that's going to be unveiled tomorrow, and thirdly, and to us most importantly, for being able to put together a robust stakeholder process and platform to push the narrative of dairy development in Nigeria. It is very key, and we know we're going to do a lot if responsibilities are disaggregated. The department, I'm sure, has taken seriously the Chinese adage that says, if you want to go fast, you may go alone, but if you're going to go very far, you have to go together. For the first time, we're seeing, as I said earlier, responsibility being disaggregated. The ministry and bureaucracy doing the work of putting up framework and policies and putting up regulation to guide the industry and the dairy value chain. Two, we have the academia and research putting up knowledge and techniques to ensure that we have we build from the scratch a successful, robust, and sustainable dairy value chain in Nigeria. And also the business, taking serious investment and making sure that profit is made so that we have sustainability. Because humans are not known to do things consistently or continually if it is not rewarding. We thank the Department of Animal Husbandry once again for putting up this platform to ensure that all stakeholders come together to do what they need to do to ensure that we stop importing a product we should actually produce in Nigeria for our local consumption and to take advantage of the regional market. At HelpPress, we are pushing the mandate given to us by the Department of Animal Husbandry and by extension the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to take care of the various gaps that are militating against Nigeria reaching the promised land in respect of the other livestock value chain and especially dairy value chain. To do that, we're working on, in line of policy, the National Livestock Master Plan. The livestock master plan is a sort of guideline. Many countries have it, that will guide investment and investors to ensure that they do very successful and rewarding venture in lines of dairy value chain and development. Two, we're working on insurance framework. Hitherto, the country never had any kind of insurance that is tailored for livestock, the various livestock value chain. We've always had the generic one, and the recent intervention of the federal government in respect of NAIC. But ever since, we have hardly had more than 3% coverage in any year. And if you look at the livestock component of that, it's very, very insignificant. But the project is putting up a framework to ensure that we have tailored insurance products that will cover the various value chain and their peculiarity and profile of risk. For example, we had a meeting recently with some stakeholders that are helping us to develop that framework. And we came to realize that it's actually possible to put up insurance products whose premium will not be about monetary issues. We agreed that it is possible to insure large ruminants with just skinned goats, which will not be difficult for our herdsmen on the field. The project is putting up a robust geospatial profile applications that will be based on hand-end instruments, such that if anybody is targeting to move his head or business elsewhere, they will know the profile of natural resources, fodder, and water available. They will know the next route to play and the seasonal coverage of all these issues. The project is working on that, and we have reached an advanced stage. We are also working on credit services to ensure that the first time credits are available for the stakeholder to push their businesses and make a success of it. I will not take too much time. I will congratulate again our leader in all these tasks, Madam Winnie Ashulari, the department, the ministry, and in fact the stakeholder. Thank you very much.
I did not stop him because I was actually enjoying what he was saying. Thank you very much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take one more Godwin message. We will now move straight to the keynote address. Let me at this point invite the Director of Nutrition to please step forward and give a Godwin message.
You people, only one person clapping for me. What have I done now? Haba. Good. What is it now? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to stand on the already well-established protocol. I understand Winnie did an excellent job of it this morning. My name is Sugra Mahmood. I'm the Director and Head of Nutrition and Food Safety in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. And I've been asked to say a few words. I will talk about a little bit of, what do you call it? The statistics, the unenviable statistics that we have on malnutrition in the country. We are the stunting capital of the world. I'm sure we will not be happy to continue to occupy that dubious position. 37% of our children are stunted. It means they are too small for their age, too short and too small for their age. It means a number has been done on their cognitive function that we can never undo. They will not be able to attain their genetic potential. And we have such wonderful genes in Nigeria. That is what malnutrition has done to them. I think about another 12% wasted. Their weight is too low for their age. Then severe and acute malnutrition. About 2 million children are virtually at the point of death. This is the statistics for Nigeria, and this is a land of plenty. We've been talking about it. We have 30 million cows. What have they done for us? What's the goat, small ruminant figure, who have the wonderful milk that is even better suited to the human consumption than cow? We have arable land, 34 million. What are we doing with it? We have water bodies, both underground and up and surface water. Nothing. We are still hungry. Food inflation like we've never seen before. The cost of a healthy diet is about 95% or 97% of Nigerians, when it was calculated using the world standard, cannot afford it. When we brought it down home and made it ugu, our own local foods, another 37 or 38% cannot afford it. What are we talking about? What are we doing to our country? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a clarion call for all of us. Madam Winnie has put this together with our other partners. This is a very, very serious issue. It's nothing to laugh about. It's nothing. We have nothing to celebrate if we don't work and do something about this. And the time to act is now. And everybody, without an exception, must be part of this. I am the Pioneer Director of Food and for Nutrition and Food Security, Food Safety in the ministry. That department has the potential to be larger than any because it's a cross-cutting issue of monumental importance. And it must be given the support and the collaboration to be able to deliver. We have a 10-year plan. 10-year plan that is costed up to 2025. It's almost ending. What have we achieved? That is the Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Strategy document. Costed. And we're supposed to leverage private sector to be able to run to where we are going. That is on one side. I've told you about the plan. All of you will put it online. You'll be able to whatever. If we have a platform, Madam Winnie, I will share. Nigeria has conducted the largest food consumption and micronutrient survey ever in the world. And it has shown us where we are missing it. This is an achievement. People are coming to learn from us. But what are we going to do with what we have done? We must leverage that data. We must take it and run with it so that we can make corrective measures along the way. We have the National Food System Dashboard, which has a lot of information, data. If you don't have data that you can plan with, then you're planning to fail. We have put that together. We have done it at the subnational level in 3 states, Bauchi, Kebbi, and Sokoto. We need to take it to the other states so that it tells you in each state how many of us can afford food and how many cannot. What do the state governments need to do to change that narrative? And it will tell you as an investor, where do you need to put your money to make a difference? It will tell you as a planner, as a government, where do you need to enable to make a difference? It will tell you as an NGO, where do you need to put your work to be able to make a difference? We're talking about lives. It may sound 37%, 12%, 25%, da-da-da-da. It sounds like statistics. These are human beings dying. Children, if you see them at the point of death. WFP, World Food Program, UNICEF are spending, I'm jumping to another place, never mind me. They are spending about $100 million importing ready-to-use therapeutic foods. What is ready-to-use therapeutic food? It is food that you use to treat severe and acute malnutrition in children. What is it made of? Groundnuts. Nigeria produces. Who has the pyramids in groundnuts in some years back? Nigeria. What is the next one? Powdered milk. We are not yet there. Another one, vitamin mix, and maybe some salt and sugar. 60% is milk and groundnut, but it's being imported. If we are able to get a chunk of that in this, what are we doing to the business environment? And one of the paths to nutrition, ladies and gentlemen, is income generation. If you have enough money, you should be able to access food that is nutritious enough for you to be able to have a good health and well-being for the stage of life you're at. Then you need information. What do you need to take? This is it. We don't have to break the bank. A lot of things in our environment are nutritious enough to give us a good life, but we are losing it. Excessive felling of trees, bush burning, lack of documentation, people dying with the knowledge. Nigeria is losing so much in our biodiversity. Our ecosystem is being destroyed. We are doing nothing because of ignorance. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to do a lot. Aminu will soon come on board. We have had a discussion with groundnut farmers, with dairy farmers, with research institutions. How are we going to make sure that that 100 million or more than that is going out, at least 60% of it is retained in the country within our farming communities? And by the way, they are the poorest. When you are talking about wealth quintile, you find farmers disproportionately represented in that. You're talking about, if you talk about demographics, is women. The feminization of poverty. These are the people that are bringing up your children. They are the ones that will prepare the food. They are the ones that will give birth. If they don't have enough nutrition, already the child's nutrition is compromised. From 6 months, 6 weeks of pregnancy, if she doesn't get enough to eat, that child is already on his way to being compromised in terms of cognitive function. So please, this is a very, very serious issue. We have the potential to be whatever we can be in this world, especially in Nigeria. We've got everything. We're the envy of the whole world. But what have we done with it? It's like we're the natural disaster. We don't have it. We don't have El Nino. We don't have tsunami. But as a people, we are turning every advantage into a disadvantage. Can we please change the narrative for the better? And one of the things killing us is this malnutrition. So today, the topic is apt. Milk Day, harnessing the nutrition and investment opportunities in the dairy value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, let us make a difference. Let's make this thing work. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
They said information is power. Correct information brings clear thinking, and clear thinking helps people to make sound judgment. I want to believe the message is very clear. Thank you very much. Let me recognize the presence of the team leader of PropCon Plus, ADRD, represented by Mr. Hamad Nuhu. Wherever you are, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Peter Beggar is a prolific writer. In one of his books, he titled The Pyramid of Sacrifice. He said, man shall not live by bread alone. I know for those of us who are Christians, our minds will flash back to the great temptation. But Peter Beggar did not look at it from that perspective. He said, when you are given bread, endeavor to open it up to be sure you were actually given bread and not stone. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to at this point invite our keynote speaker, who will be speaking on harnessing the nutrition and investment opportunities in the dairy value chain. He's a man of my generation. The future belongs to people like this, because we know the future belongs to the youth. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the podium the Managing Director, Sebori Farms, Mayado, Adamawa State, Alaji Aminu Nyako. Please, we can do better, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I will just be very clear ab initio. I'm not one to give speeches, but I think Madam Winnie has impressed upon me to take the keynote address today. So bear with me as I go through a speech and through my discussion as I know how to actually convey messages. Esteemed guests, industry leaders, fellow Nigerians, and distinguished participants from around the world, I'm honored to speak to you here today on World Milk Day, a dedicated day to recognizing the importance of milk as a global food. Today, we gather here to discuss the exciting opportunity in milk and to explore the vital topic of harnessing nutrition and investment opportunities in the dairy value chain. Nigeria, with its diverse and vast landscape, holds immense potential in the dairy space. Despite being a very rich nation with diverse people, with monumental agric potential, we still face significant challenges in meeting the nutritional needs of our population and realizing the economic potential in milk. You see, most people don't realize in Adamawa State, we have about 2.1 million cows. In the Northeast, it's about 10.2. Throughout Nigeria, it's about 30 million thereabout cows. Let me give you context. In the United States, they have 9.6 million cows milking. In the UK, it's 1.7. Turkey, 6.5. Kenya, 3 million. So we have population, and we're literally doing nothing with it to be able to convert it into potential. These are some of the things that I, as an individual, as MD of Sebori, and as a fellow Nigerian, looked at these numbers and said, we can simply just do better. There is no reason why Nigeria is not a leader or on the frontier or leading the vanguard of milk and livestock throughout Nigeria, throughout West Africa really. So, however, today presents a very unique opportunity for us to address these challenges and also explore what the future may look like for dairy in Nigeria. First and foremost, I think there's a question we always need to ask ourselves, and that is the why. Whenever I'm doing anything, you almost always have to ask yourself why. If you do not understand your why, you can't actually start to think correctly, budget correctly, and implement correctly if you do not know why you want to do something. So first and foremost, if we're going to acknowledge the critical role dairy plays in nutrition, then we need to understand that Nigeria, a country of over 220 million people, and they're telling you over 100 million of them are below the age of 18. Our director here has mentioned it. For you to have a young population like this, you need protein for brain development, for adequate growth. And if you're looking at the future of Nigeria, and you're saying the future is the young ones, then you need to really be thinking about the protein that you need to put into their diet for them to reach their optimal potential. Most people then, if you have that as your goal, that you want Nigeria's future to be great, you need to be thinking proteins. And the two cheapest types of protein are eggs and milk. This is the reason why you see our fathers past always focused on egg and milk. Now a piece of egg is 300 naira in the market, and milk is unavailable. We're relying too heavily on imports. It already tells you that if the government, if private sector, governmental agencies, and us as individuals do not focus on this, then any kind of talk we're talking about, the future is the youth and everything, we're only putting lip service to it. So, if we look at milk, which is the order of the day right now, milk is a complete food, providing the essential nutrients such as calcium, proteins, vitamins, minerals, and water. And these nutrients are vital for the growth and development of children, as I said, the maintenance of healthy bones, teeth, and overall well-being. In Nigeria, where malnutrition remains a very significant concern, promoting the consumption of milk and dairy products, as well as its production, can be a game changer for this country. Unfortunately, the per capita consumption for milk in Nigeria remains very low, far below the global average. This discrepancy underscores the need for us to have a very robust strategy to increase the production of milk and its consumption within the country. By providing the accessibility and affordability of milk, we can create significant strides in combating unemployment, malnutrition, and improving the general public health. I would take this caveat to just elucidate to you guys what Sebore has been able to achieve in the last 2.5 years, and why I feel that we should be extremely optimistic about dairy in Nigeria. You see, 2.5 years ago, we commissioned the largest fresh dairy processing plant in Nigeria, powered by solar and batteries. Thank you. The factory has the potential of producing 5 different types of milk products: yogurt, butter, cheese, ice cream, and ghee. Most people don't realize this milk that we're looking at and not actually acknowledging, outside the country, they call it a milk refining system. Just the same way you refine oil and get 14 different types of derivatives, the same thing happens with milk. You get 14 different derivatives from milk: evaporated milk, canned milk, whole cream milk, condensed milk, yogurt and all of its flavors, cheese and all of its flavors, long life milk, skim milk, baby formula. There are so many things that come out of this 1 liter of milk that other countries, and I think the representatives from Denmark told you their economy was based on milk, because you will get so many things that are beneficial. Not only this, if you look at the employment potentials of milk, in our own side now, I'll tell you, we had to have energy consultants, processing people, veterinary care, logistics officers, sales officers, distribution officers, young entrepreneurs entering in, energy. What you're looking at here is that if the country can focus on dairy and milk, a lot of the challenges that has befuddled Nigeria in terms of solutioning would have to be addressed for milk to work. What we did as a private company was look at the microcosm of these larger problems and how we intended to solve it. Let me give you now context to this. We realized that Adamawa State has 2.1 million cows. For dairy to work, you need a processing site, which we have built. For dairy to work, you need energy. NEPA and their cohorts have disappointed us over a period of time. I still see those newspapers where they say in 1973, they said NEPA was disappointing people. We're in 2024, and they're still trying their best to not disappoint us. So what we did is that we then focused on energy. This is the reason why we focused on installing 5 megawatts of solar with 5 megawatts of battery to ensure that our factory never experiences power outage. It's important for you to do this because dairy is perishable, milk is perishable. If you milk a cow and you do not cool it to 4 degrees, the milk goes bad. So you need to be able to cool this milk to 4 degrees and maintain it at that temperature until you can process it into dairy products. So having an unreliable power source is a non-starter. So we went renewable. Now, in the 2.1 million cows that are scattered all across the state, we decided to also invest in milk collection centers that are embedded within the communities that have this cattle population, and those infrastructure are also on solar and batteries. What this has enabled our local farmers and pastoralists to do is that they wake up in the morning, they say their morning prayers, they milk their cow, they walk 20 minutes, drop the milk and go home. On Friday they get paid. This has given them dignity of labor. You are no longer having to beg anybody to pay your salary or beg somebody you want to have jari. You have the cows, you have the land, you have the collection centers, and you get paid every Friday. Just to give you context, if you have 5 cows giving you 5 liters of milk a day, you're going to be making 180,000 naira a month within our program. Our country is in strike today, and I'm hearing that the negotiation for the minimum wage is 60,000 naira that federal government and labor are dragging. And somebody in the bush is milking 5 liters and making 180,000, which is 6 times minimum wage currently. It tells you that we have blinders on as to what wealth looks like, how you create riches and how you create employment for your people. I think if we can triple down on milk as a value chain, I think most of the woes of Nigeria will dissipate in the coming years. Now, to give you the opportunities in dairy, I kind of categorize it into 5 places, which I think will require investments and partnership of not only government, private sector, individuals, and development agencies. And these 5 sectors are productivity improvement, processing and value addition, market access and distribution, technology and innovation, and then employment creation. These 5 areas are of critical importance. I usually don't go through the 5 if I'm private sector, because I cannot carry Nigeria's wahala on my head. But since I'm talking to all the different stakeholders, it's important to kind of highlight these 5 things, because I think everybody has a role to play in terms of how you access and unlock the value within this. For the productivity improvement and management, you see, having 30 million cows is good, but not when they are giving you 1 liter a day. 1 liter is abysmal. In Nigeria, you get 1 liter to half a liter per cow. Kenya is doing 18, Turkey is doing 25, Europe is doing 40, the US is doing 60 liters per cow. You being at 1 is completely unsustainable, and it brings a lot of shame. You can't be saying this outside. Outside, if I'm outside the country, I don't say this number. I just say we have cows. Because it befuddles the mind why a cow will be doing 1 liter. It tells you that there are things that are significantly wrong in terms of how you're managing that cow. And just to give you context, last year we did a trial in Kaurami in Adamawa State, where we took our white Fulani, these cows that roam the street, we settled it down, we gave it a complete TMR, a total mixed ration, which is made up of dry matter, silage, and concentrate. And in 3 weeks, this cow started giving 7 liters. It tells you that it is not necessarily that the cow decided to be unproductive. It's the way we are managing the cow that is making it unproductive. If we can invest in the proper feed and genetic targeting of our cows, if we go from 7 liters, I tell you within 5 years, Nigeria will be the dairy capital of West Africa. These are some of the numbers that you see me thinking about, and I try to communicate with a lot of push from Madam Winnie to greater Nigerians to let them understand that, look, the potential here is massive, and it can create serious employment opportunities and wealth generation for the nation. You see, I'm also going to talk about processing and value addition here. A lot of times when my video went viral, people are calling me from different parts of the country to come and help. But to be honest with you, you need a processing site. I commend the people that are in dairy currently, my colleagues in L&Z, Arla, Friesland Campina, Farm Dairies. There are a lot of us that are playing in the industry now that are really doing our best to put our best foot forward. But if you do not have processing sites, then there is no way you can unlock the value of dairy. You see, when I get offers to come and collect milk from Gwagwalada, when CAM is in the building, if I decide to collect that milk from Gwagwalada, it would take me 14 hours to go by road to go to Adamawa to process it. It makes 0 sense. So if you're not usually in Adamawa, Taraba, Gombe, Borno, and some parts of Bauchi, I will tell you, go and meet my counterpart in that part of the state. Let them help you. There needs to be a cooperation at Nigeria's level, at a macro level, to understand that the problem we're facing is not a problem of competition between ourselves. It's a collaborative effort that everybody must pull their hands together to unlock this value chain. Because I kid you not, if we are able to unlock this value chain, the prosperity that will hit Nigeria will be like none other than everybody has ever seen. Now, market access and distribution is one I mentioned. For us, the market access, I'll give you a funny story. We currently have people that come from Mali to Sebore to buy our yogurt products and take back. If you're coming from Mali to buy milk in Adamawa because of accessibility, it is easier for somebody to come from Mali or Togo to buy my milk in Adamawa than for me to take my product to Lagos. Again, these are some of the things that befuddle the mind. Within a country, it is more difficult for me to take milk from Adamawa to Lagos than somebody to drive down from Burkina, Ouagadougou, and come to Adamawa, buy milk and take back. It tells you that at a governmental level, we have not done enough to handle internal logistics in terms of transportation costs, in terms of cold logistics, do you get me, to be able to ease this transportation. When I'm telling you all this, best believe me, I'm not telling you as a problem. I'm telling you as an opportunity to unlock value. Because I don't look at it as problems. I look at it as market failure. We know that this thing can exist and this thing can bring prosperity, but there are some things that are hindering it from happening. And this is what I'm kind of highlighting here today. And lastly, I'll tell you technology and innovation. Within our program right now, over the last 2.5 years, we have about 18,000 farmers giving us milk every day. Now, 18,000, anytime they ask me this question, they say, how are you managing this? How am I in Abuja giving speech and they gave me milk this morning? It is because technology has allowed for a situation whereby you can increase efficiency, transparency, and accountability all in one fell swoop without having to create manpower that will back that process. We created an IT system that has identified, integrated, trained, tracks, and provides accounting for the entire process within my program. We pay our farmers every Friday. I don't think any part of the world does that. Most people pay at the end of the month. And the reason we did that in Sebore is when I went on a study tour to Kenya, the challenge they were facing in Kenya was that when you pay after a month, the farmers take payday loans during the month at high interest rates. So by the time the month is ending, they are owing money. So we couldn't afford to put our farmers within this kind of situation, so we decided to pay every week. To pay every week, in Adamawa State now, only 4 local governments out of 21 have banking infrastructure. Grore, Mubi, Yola North, Yola South. Yakari, or Tikbarie, as you say it. So the honest truth here is that if you do not create an avenue for you to be able to pay people weekly, then you have an issue. So what did we do on our own end? We decided to register these farmers, give them BVN, give them NIN. Seboe Farm bought them phones. We registered mobile phone numbers for them and created mobile wallets. And this allowed us to be able to pay them and know that we've paid them without the banks getting involved. You see, this gave our farmers confidence. Our promise to the farmers 2.5 years ago is whatever milk you produce or can produce, we will buy. No matter the amount, if you give me 3 liters of milk, I'll buy it. If you give me 120 liters of milk, I'll buy it. This has given them confidence that they can invest in their cows, they can invest in their farms, and be dedicated to the process. And they know that they will get the value out of it after the entire process. And I'm telling you, since October 15, 2020, where we collected our first liter of milk, there's not been one single day that these farmers have not provided us milk within this process. It tells us that our farmers are resilient, they are diligent, they are hardworking, and they can be committed to a process if they know that you are also going to hold your end of the bargain. I am saying all of this to kind of let you know that the opportunities in milk are great, the opportunities in dairy are fantastic, and we can really unlock the full potential of it in the coming years. Just to give you a roundup, since I have a lot of government dignitaries in front of me, there are three things that I believe government must focus on in order for us to do this. The policy and regulatory framework has to be in place. Infrastructure development in terms of logistics of moving agro-produce through the country has to be tackled, and then capacity development has to be addressed. You see, I've done a lot of training as private sector to these local farmers on how you do proper milk collection practices, how you collect the milk hygienically. But really and truly, it's not the role of private sector to do this. I can't be spending this much on education when I'm also meant to be investing in research, development, production, and distribution. So I believe government has to do a pivotal role in capacity development, infrastructure development for logistics, and then policy and regulatory framework. I'm very happy that the federal ministry is going to be unveiling the national dairy policy tomorrow at the Villa. I think it's a very good step in the very right direction for this. And for us, private sector members here, I know we are driving innovation, investment, and market development and research. I think we need to do more to be able to help them, to be able to have a stable footing in terms of how we address dairy in Nigeria. In conclusion, I was shocked when you people gave me 30 minutes, but I think I've spoken enough. In conclusion, the dairy value chain in Nigeria holds immense potential for improving nutrition, creating jobs, and boosting economic growth within the country. By harnessing these opportunities in production, processing, market access, technology, we can transform the dairy sector into a thriving industry which can become the premier driver of growth for the Nigerian economy. Let us all seize this moment to make strategic investments, implement innovative solutions, and work hard to build a resilient and prosperous dairy sector. On this World Milk Day, let us commit ourselves to nourishing our nation, unlocking the full potential of dairy chain in Nigeria. Thank you all. Hope to see you again in a more prosperous dairy future in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when I was actually ushering the keynote speaker to the podium, I said, let's wait and see whether what he will give will be bread or stone. But you can see what he gave was actually bread with honey and milk. So they said ideas rule the world. He has been able to share some visionary ideas for us, and we know precisely what he's talking about. Of course, he mentioned technology. The difference between a modern man and an archaic man is the level of their belief in technology, and that is why some people are moving forward. I want to say we want to thank him so much for giving us and sharing his vision with us and the ideas on how to move forward. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our time is fast spent. But quickly, we would like to show you some clips of some success stories in the Nigerian dairy development sector. The objective of these clips is just to showcase Nigeria's dairy development activities and their impact on milk production and supply. In the next 30 to 35 minutes, you will be watching your screen and you'll be just take time and listen and watch and see clearly and understand the success stories. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please have a happy viewing. Please, if you're ready, we are ready for you, please. Let's start seeing the success stories on the screen. Thank you very much. We'll start with Promasido, please.
Hectares. Eco Dairy Farm Limited was incorporated on 22nd January 2020 as an integrated agro-allied concern. This was following a joint inspection of the farm carried out in 2019 by a team comprising of some members of Promasido Nigeria leadership team, some members of Ekiti State Executive Council, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance and Economic Development, Mr. Akin Oyebode, Prince Olabode Adetui, former Ekiti State Government Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security, as well as the Onikun of Ikun Ekiti, Oba Olatunde David Olushola. The farm is an initiative of Promasido Nigeria Limited, the leading provider of high-quality, affordable food products in Nigeria, and the Ekiti State Government's Fountain Holdings Limited. Its primary focus is to revamp and reactivate the defunct Ikun Dairy Farm through investment in state-of-the-art agricultural equipment and world-class technical know-how, thereby making the dairy farm a model of backward integration in the sourcing and use of local raw materials for milk production in Nigeria.
The dairy farm was established early 80 by the then military government of General Buhari. Unfortunately, the project was abandoned. Of course, the project was about 6 in the country, and this is the only one that survived today. A few years after my coming to the throne in 2015, the project, the Kuderi Farm, came alive again with the help of, under the government of Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who eventually maybe partnered with the investor, Promasido Nigeria Limited. I think ever since the project has been on, we've been working tenaciously to bring that place and to put the place on what map. Of course, the place has taken a new shape entirely. We know that this is one of the very few across the country that is very, that we can call it giant company, particularly in the Ekiti States. Only can we mention 2 companies without mentioning the dairy farm because of its prowess and its development and capacity to develop the dairy projects. Today, as a community, we're happy. The local government too is happy. As a matter of fact, the place has engaged so many of our children who far and near, not only the community leaders, but far and near in the Ekiti State and even across the states, including Kwara states, Kogi, Ogun, and so on and so forth. Many people are working there today. At least they are paid. They are living there. Thank God. And we are seeing a lot of development within the compound. We see expansion and development and bringing new machines and machineries, including the workers, the professionals, and so on and so forth. We are grateful to God, we are grateful to the company, we are also grateful to the governments.
Within the 4 years of establishing the farm, we have a cattle herd strength of 500, comprising of about 200 Jersey cows, 180 R2 heifers, 90 R1 heifers, and 10 bulls. This has led to a gradual increase in the average daily milk production of about 2,500 liters. Other successes include providing the concept that commercial dairy farming is possible in Nigeria, contributing to the ecosystem in the community by providing jobs to about 90 individuals, commerce, etc. Compliance and tax obligations to aid the state government, thereby boosting their income. The farm has also embarked on its growing feed project to supplement all necessary feed required for the animals. Over 400 hectares of maize crops, soybeans and Rhodes grass have been grown, cultivated and insealed on the farm in 2023 alone. This ensures feed security for the animals and aids the business case for the farm as brought-in feed will accelerate the failure of this initiative. The capacity of the dairy farm, which is being put to use for the first time in the last 40 years, has been expanded to run a 24-hour operation in raising of cattle and production of milk.
My name is Moyosoro Latunde Rafiu. I've been into cattle rearing for 10 years back. I came across Prisoner Campaigner 2014. They were the one who actually introduced me to dairy development. What we are doing before is just breeding, rearing of the cows, fatten them up and sell.
The current spread of the dairy development program is in 3 major states, Ogun, Osun, and Oyo State. Over the past 9 years, Friesland Cabinet has made a huge investment in the dairy sector through the dairy development program. We've been able to build bulking centers, milk collection centers, which have about 70,000 capacity units. We have about 11 trucks, small and big trucks, ranging from 3,000 liters to about 17,000 liters carrying capacity. We have also invested in equipment in the laboratory, where we are able to do first-time real test quality from grass to glass.
For our dairy development program, it's extremely important that our farmers are able to connect with us and we are also able to connect with our farmers at the same time. We try as much as possible that we have key programs or activities that have been lined up in order to ensure that we fully engage and connect with these very key stakeholders.
An angle where we are not looking at before, through artificial insemination done for us by Friesland Campaigner Wamco under the DDP program. We are now producing milk and we have a market selling the milk too. With that, it improves our livelihood for having our turnover from milk production.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ àní business kankan sí lẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ màálù yẹn, àwa náà ti rí nǹkan tó jẹ́ nǹkan rere jẹ lára company yìí nítorí lára company yìí náà lèmi fi kọ́ ilé yìí.
The Dairy Development Project supports the Sustainable Development Goals in many ways. The last 5-6 years, we focused a lot on private sector development, whereby we look at companies as drivers of the economy. They're the ones that create jobs, they're the ones that create revenue. The thing is, it has to be done in a sustainable way.
Welcome to LNZ Integrated Farms Nigeria Limited, where fresh, nutritious milk is our passion and our promise. On this World Milk Day, we celebrate the journey of milk from our farm to your table. At LNZ Integrated Farms, we transform our fresh cow milk into delicious and nutritious yogurts. Our yogurts brings joy and health to families across Nigeria, and packed with essential nutrients, it's the perfect addition to your daily diet. LNZ Integrated Farms is proud to be a part of this global celebration. We are committed to supporting our local community through education and engagement. Join us in celebrating World Milk Day. Cheers to health, happiness, and the goodness of milk.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí Daily Frost Nigeria. Send us at Daily Frost.
As a global leader with a continental presence, Daily Frost's mission remains to build a strong portfolio of leading brands in the fast-moving consumer segment of the Nigerian market. With our timeless and efficient supply chain network through our state-of-the-art cold chain logistic infrastructure, we ensure seamless distribution of our highly nutritious products in record time. From our farms located in the north of Nigeria, our locally manufactured products meet global standards and are tailored to meet the daily nutritional needs of every customer. For us, it's local with an international touch. For us, our key values remain customer-oriented, quality-oriented, built on the foundation of efficiency, reliability, and consistency. Our vast experienced team in every department, led by a dynamic management team, remains our #1 asset. Daily Frost's business ethics, transparency, and drive for environmental sustainability are integrated in our values. Every day for the past 12 years at Daily Frost, we create and distribute something new for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of Savory International Farms, the proud producers of Admiral yogurt, cheese, and butter. Today, we celebrate the essence of pure goodness on this special occasion of World Milk Day. On this auspicious day, we pay tribute to the incredible journey of milk from the farm to the table. Join us as we take you on a 1-minute adventure highlighting the magic of milk. It all begins with our dedicated farmers who nurture the cows with care, ensuring their health and well-being. These happy cows produce the purest and freshest milk, packed with essential nutrients. At Savory International Farms, we take this incredible milk and transform it into a wide range of delectable products. Our skilled artisans, professionals, use their expertise to create creamy yogurt. And the best part, our Admirala products are not just delicious but nutritious, packed with calcium, protein, and vitamins that provide the perfect fuel for your day. Whether it is a nutritious breakfast with the family, a midday snack, or a treat for yourself, Admirala products brings joy and satisfaction to people of all ages and backgrounds. On this World Milk Day, let us raise a glass to the farmers who work tirelessly, the cows that provide us with this incredible gift, and the Admirala products that fill our lives with pure goodness. Savory International Farms, proud producers of Admirala yogurt, cheese, and butter, wishing you a happy and wholesome World Milk Day.
The Arla Farm, a state-of-the-art Danish-designed dairy farm on 400 hectares of land and designed for 400 high-quality dairy cows in Kaduna State, is the first of its kind in Nigeria, and with it, Arla is creating the future of dairy in Nigeria. You might be wondering, what does it take to build a state-of-the-art dairy farm in Nigeria? Well, We'll share our formula with you. First, secure some high-quality land in the dairy state of Nigeria, Kaduna State, and enter a lease agreement with the Kaduna State government. Then, secure access to feed for the animals by cultivating the land to produce feed like corn silage, grass silage, hay, and more. Next, design a state-of-the-art dairy farm with keen focus on animal welfare and productivity, including all necessary buildings and infrastructure. Be sure to plan in green energy into the operations. Next, identify experienced companies as partners to build the farm. In this case, Tolarum Group and Rossetti Construction, and enter agreements with them to help us to create the future of dairy. Install all needed technology for productive dairy farm in Nigeria climate by working with a dairy farm specialist like the Pan-Africa Company. Of course, you'll need to source and import over 200 of the finest Holstein Friesian heifers from Europe previously owned by some of Arla Food farmer owners. This formula will not work without the right team of employees, all experts in their field. The Arla farm, with an investment of over 10 million euros, will contribute significantly to Nigeria's GDP, create many jobs, and provide means of livelihood to Nigerians, especially within the Damao community, nourish many families with millions of liters of milk, and build technical know-how in dairy farming. The project also contributes to achieving key United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It has been an incredible journey with the best team, and we look forward to continuing to deliver on our vision to create the future of dairy in Nigeria.
Country, 95% of it is imported.
It is unacceptable and unsustainable.
And the whole aim of milking ban is to ensure that we bridge that gap. Milking Ban was incorporated in 2019, and it was a company that was set up to bridge the gap in the dairy industry. We were able to set up a farm in Fashola Agric Industrial Hub in Oyo State, where we have built animal barn, silage bunkers, hay barn, and all the ancillary structures which we need to run a dairy farm. We cultivated 200 hectares of maize last year, both for silage and for crop. And we also planted 50 hectares of brachiaria last year as well. We took delivery of 100 animals last year of local breeds and crosses, which we've inseminated. And as of today, they've started calving. And as of today, we have 4 of those crosses that have calved. Part of what we have done as well is we've invested a whole lot in technology. We imported a lot of equipment, all the dairy equipment we have, tractors for our cultivation. We have maize harvesters and combine harvesters for silage, all that is required, which has a huge capital exposure on our own part. Our second phase now is to scale up. All right. Right now we have about almost 300 animals at the barn. Last year we did 200 hectares of maize and 50 hectares of pasture. This year we're doing 400 hectares for maize and silage production, and we're also doing 100 hectares for the pasture. The state as well has so graciously given us additional 1,500 hectares of land, which we want to dedicate 1,000 hectares into grain and silage production, and 500 hectares of that land will be committed to pasture and the dairy development as well. We have also gone into strategic alliances. First is the Oyo State government. We are privileged to have worked with the Oyo State government, who provided an enabling environment. It gave us a farm estate that is secured, so security wasn't an issue. Not just an enabling environment, but also the supporting infrastructure. There is no talk of agricultural transformation if you do not have a rural development transformation. So the government and the governor of Oyo State has provided those enabling environments for us to be able to thrive. Then the offtake agreements which we have with Friesland Campina has provided us the comfort as well to be able to invest these monies. Then International Livestock Research Institute have also provided us with a lot of technical support. That's IRI and IITA. Then we also have the other partners, Barenburg for seed, Eurus for genetics, and AgriFem for feed and fodder. So we've done all of this just to ensure that we have all the support we need to be able to succeed.
Nestle touches lives every day. From the farmers who produce the agricultural raw materials to the host communities where operations are located and the millions of individuals and families who enjoy the tasty, nutritious products across Nigeria daily. We work with stakeholders and partners to build strong communities and supply chains while improving livelihoods in the communities directly connected to our business activities. In 2021, we started the Nestle Dairy Development Program to support the local dairy value chain. This is the story of our journey so far.
Inakwana Hajia? Lahiya. Ya gida? Gida lahiya. Ya kasuwa. Kasuwa lahiya. Aiki da godiya. Na gode.
Muna da yawa a gida, kuma muna zaune lafiya lau ba wani damuwa. Nono ne kasuwa muna ɗauka muna kai masu sari suna saya, muna ɗauka a kai. Har gwagwalada muna je da kafa.
Amma yanzu da kun zo ana zuwa da sassafe in na tatso madara, na zuwa ana ɗaukan man madara, ana kai da shi.
Sunana Shehu Muhammad, ni a girgeto ne na wannan kamfani na CBI and Nestle. Abinda ina yin da kamin wannan kamfani ya zo ina yin noma ne, yanzu ina samun kuɗin da ina ba da taimako ana yi mini daga turu wannan kamfanin naku.
An sha wahala kan aje nan a nemo magani, aje nan a nemo magani. To wasu su samu sauƙi wasu kuma ba sauƙi. Akwai abin da waɗanda sun rasa. To da zuwan ku ana nan da yana samun sauƙi.
Lokacin ina samun lita 10, lita 8, lita 7. Na shi yanzu kuma ina samun lita 20, 25 har 40 ma lokacin abincin shanu mai yawa.
An fara bani babur na farko, na zo na fara cin shi a wannan kamfanin kamin wani ya biya na shi. Daga na biyu kuma an ƙara bani wani yanzu. Na mashin na farko din na ba da shi ma kanena yana aiki da shi. A lokacin da akwai madara ina kawo more than 300 liters.
Kina ji ko? To mun gode ma. Da kun zo an mun samu ƙari gashi shan na sai ƴaƴan shanu guda 2 da kuɗin nono da an bani da na samu. So thank you Hajiya. Thank you very much.
Banda
Thank you very much. Please let's join our hands for all these companies that have actually shared their social stories. Promasidor, Friesland Campina, LSZ, Delifrost Caterers, Sabori International Farms, Ala Farms, Making Band, Nelson PLC, Charm Dairy Foods, Awaski, and Habib Yogurt. We want to thank you so much for sharing your success stories. Seeing is believing. Thank you very much. Before we go to another very important segment of today's event, let me quickly recognize the presence of Dr. Godwin Oyediji. Dr. Godwin Oyediji is a former registrar, Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. He's currently the chairman, Feed Supplement Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. He's a member of FUPAN. Thank you so much for coming. He has been with us for quite some time. Thank you. God bless you. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll quickly move into breakout sections. Let me invite Mr. Afis Adoye from Sahel Consulting to please help us to moderate this segment. Mr. Afis Adoye from Sahel Consulting, please, you may please step forward and help us to moderate this segment. Are you here, please? Thank you very much. Please, let's encourage you with our applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your active participation. We just need more of that participation for this breakout session. And this session promised to be exciting, and we plan to get as much knowledge and information from you as possible, because the keynote speaker have spoken, and a lot of speakers here today have spoken as well. And they have all highlighted several bottlenecks, challenges that is actually facing our dairy industry. And in order for us to combat all these challenges, we need to come together as a team and think based on our experience, based on our knowledge, to see what we can do to remedy this situation. So in view of this, the LOC have actually come together, and we have 3 thematic groups that we want to look into so that we can have some sort of solution that we can propose to different stakeholders that are concerned. So the very first, so in order for us to do this, we are going to divide ourselves into 3 groups. So we will have the first group at this first role. The second group will be at this role, where we have the third group at this role. And for each of these groups, we have facilitators that will be in charge of these groups, and also we have rapporteurs that will take the notes from each of the groups. And after that, there will be a brief presentation from the facilitators, and then there will be questions and answers so that we can triangulate the information and knowledge. So for the group 1, we have opportunities for business and innovation to achieve feed and food sufficiency in the Nigerian dairy industry. And for this group, Dr. Ibrahim Yusuf from Sahel Consulting and Mr. Ronald from Commodities Development Initiative will be in charge of this group. They will be facilitating the group. And for the rapporteur, we have Noah Edoze from Sahel Consulting will be the rapporteur for Group 1. So please, if you are interested in joining the Feed and Fodder group, which is the Group 1, you can kindly move to the first row that we have here, please. We can do that within the next 2-3 minutes. Thank you. For the second group, we have optimizing milk aggregation opportunities to bridge supply gaps in the Nigerian dairy industry. I'll repeat that again, optimizing milk aggregation opportunities to bridge supply gaps in the dairy industry. And for that group, we have Mr. John Adekunle from Friesland Campina, and also we have Dr. Celestine from Spring Dairies to facilitate that group. So please, you can move to the second row here. And for that group, we have Abishola Fashino from Sahel Consulting, and we also have Mr. Mark from the Department of Animal Husbandry Service as rapporteur for the group. You can please kindly move to the to that section to begin your session. And for the third group, we have financial products for sustainable dairy value chain enterprises. Financial products for sustainable dairy value chain enterprises. So Latifa Atishe Lawal from NISA and Ijeoma Ozulumba from Development Bank of Nigeria will be anchoring that group. And for that, we have Mrs. Rita from the Department of Animal Husbandry Service will be the rapporteur for that group. So you can please come to this side of the hall if you are interested in that group. You can consult the program of event you have with you to confirm the thematic areas we shall be having. And so what we expect from all the 3 groups is very simple. We have the pre-read for each of the groups, and the rapporteurs are going to be reading out the pre-read for us to understand the direction that we want you to walk. And what we want from you are recommendations. We want action points, and we need you to tell us what stakeholder do you think will be best suited to handle, to take on that those challenges. What collaboration, what collaborative effort do you think will be required to provide that solution, and what is the timeline, and what are the resources that will be required to get the job done. So those are the information that we require from each of the groups. So we implore you to please help us to diligently work on those topics so that we can have something tangible to work with at the end of the event. And we promise that the communique will be shared with everybody in due time so that we can all know what you have agreed on. And the organizers of this event are going to follow up with all the stakeholders that are involved to make sure that these recommendations are duly implemented. For this, we have 1 hour for this event, for this particular group activity, and after that, we shall be presenting the recommendations. We'll take questions and answer, and probably we can go for lunch. Okay, so we'll have 40 minutes for the discussion, then 20 minutes for the group, for the question and answer. So let us do quick to converge. So group 1, are we all set? Dr. Ibrahim Yusuf, are we set? Okay. Group 2, Mr. John Adekunle, are we set? Mr. Celestin, is he around? Okay. So we need you to facilitate the second thematic group. Abishola Fashina, are you set? Okay. So if you are interested in the second thematic group, which is optimizing milk aggregation opportunities to bridge supply gaps in the Nigerian dairy industry, you can please move to the group 2 session, then we can start the discussion. For group 3, Nisa, is Nisa here? Latifa Atishe? All right, thank you. And Mrs. Rita from Animals Boundary Service are here as well. All right, thank you very much. So we can start the discussion. So you can just come over here and start your discussion. Yeah, thank you. So your 40 minutes starts now. So in the next 40 minutes, I'll be back here to stop the discussion, and I will give you 10 minutes reminder when your time is about to be up. Rapporteurs, do you need any support? Do you need any resources, or we are good to go? If you are at the back of the hall, please kindly move closer. Let's start the discussion. I'll repeat again. For group 1, we have opportunities for business and innovation to achieve feed and fodder sufficiency in the Nigeria dairy industry. For group 2, we have optimizing milk aggregation opportunities to bridge supply gaps in the Nigerian dairy industry. Group 3, we have financial products for sustainable dairy value chain enterprise. So for the financial products, I think Sterling Bank should be there. We need their input, a commitment, recommendation. We need everything from them. Anybody from CBN, DBN, NISA, agricultural insurance, we need you at the group 3. We need your recommendation, we need your input. I can see people at the back of the hall. Kindly converge. Let us start the discussion so that we can finish as soon as possible. So by 4:05, I'll be here to give a 10 minutes reminder. Remember, we have 40 minutes for this activity. Thank you very much.
presentation to the house. So please, while we wait for the repertoire, I think I got the first question, and it says, what innovative financial products have been developed for a sustainable dairy value chain? So please, if you have any suggestions, just let me know. And then I'd like for you to please introduce yourself and then give us a suggestion. So please start. I'm very sorry. Okay, so my name is Latifa Sawan. I work at Nursal. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Were they already?
that sounds good. I think we should move to the next question. Is there only one? dairy value chain, while also ensuring financial returns for investors and entrepreneurs in Nigeria's dairy industry. Please, sorry, sir, sorry, sir, please, can you introduce yourself and can we hear you? Sorry, sir, we can't hear you. So he's saying that we need to promote solar infrastructure at various collection centers such that it becomes some sort of common service facility to various producers of milk, whereby they don't have to get to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have exactly 10 minutes to go. Let us start rounding up our points. Rapporteurs, please kindly make sure that you note down all the points, the actionable next steps, the recommendations. Please ensure that you note everything, and we shall have the presentation shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Our time is up. Let us have the representative from Group 1, representative from Group 2, and Group 3 representative for the presentation, please. Group 3, are you ready for us? Group 2. Group 2, are you ready for us? We know that 40 minutes is not enough to dissect and recommend solutions to some of the bottlenecks that we have in the dairy industry. But let us have the presentation like that. We will still have other avenues to do more discussion and deliberation. Dr. Ibrahim. Group 3. Group 3, 60 more seconds. Group 2, 40 more seconds. I have the permission from the organizers to find late comers. There is fine. 30 more seconds. Group 1. Group 3, 10 more seconds. All right, Group 2, thank you very much. Who is representing Group 2? Dr. Celestine. Group 2 representative. Representative from Group 2, representative from Group 1. Dr. Celestine, Dr. Ibrahim, who is representing your group? Mrs. Latifa, we are waiting for you. Dr. Celestine, please nominate someone to represent your group for the presentation. Group representatives, we are waiting for you. Okay, thank you. You are the good guy. Samuel Iwat, Group 2 representative, please come forward. Samuel Iwat, Group 2. Dr. Ibrahim Yusuf, Group 1. Mrs. Latifa, Group 3. Samuel Iwat, are you in the hall? Yes, please come forward. Yes. A round of applause for Samuel Iwat and Dr. Ibrahim from Group 1 and 2. Group 3, we shall begin now. You can join us. At least you can move there so that people can see you very well. Thank you. I want to put you on in the spotlight. Welcome. It was very easy. All right, thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution. We appreciate your efforts and your dedication. So without wasting much of our time, we shall start with the presentation. So each of the speakers will have 5 minutes for their presentation, and we'll give 5 minutes for each of the questions and answers. But we are going to take the question and answer together at the end of the 3 presentations. So we are going to start from Group 1. And we are going to start from Dr. Ibrahim Yusuf, and their topic is opportunities for business and innovation to achieve feed and fodder sufficiency in the Nigeria dairy industry. Dr. Ibrahim, your time starts now. You have the floor. The mic is there. Just beside, please. Fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Yusuf, once again. So talking about the opportunities or investment opportunities in terms of fodder production in Nigeria, adopting a business model that is sustainable. So one of the things we've come up with in our group is to look at prioritizing commercial profit-driven fodder production in the country to foster sustainable supply. This is because we want to look at a model whereby farmers have access to feed and fodder all year round. We don't want to continue a process that is not sustainable. No stakeholder will be able to continue to provide feed and fodder for free all year round for decades. It's an approach that is not sustainable. So we look at the commercial fodder production, whereby these large-scale farmers or semi-large-scale farmers have some subsidy either from different critical stakeholders in the sector, such as government and even international organizations, to subsidize fodder production in the country. And then by so doing, the smallholder dairy farmers are also able to access feed and fodder from these commercial enterprises at a subsidized rate. Then apart from this, we also consider some models So it's not just enough for us to create or to say we have fodder, but we need to also create an enabling environment. So we need critical stakeholders, we need government involvement who will provide an enabling environment for this model to thrive. We need some policy reforms. We have some grazing reserves that are meant for these purposes. So government can come in as to provide enabling environment so that key actors or the farmers that want to actually venture into fodder production but don't have access to land can actually have access to land through policy reforms whereby these grazing reserves are actually leased out to the beneficiaries that want to actually venture into fodder production. We also look at high producing seeds, right, like drought resistant seeds, just like we have grasses like Brachiaria, Mulatto, Brachiaria, Rusicensis, and the rest of it. These are drought tolerant seeds, and then high producing seed with a lot of biomass. At the end of the day, this type of seeds are we're able to get high yield of fodder all year round. We also talk about things that has to do with irrigation so that the farmers can also have access to planting this fodder all year round at a commercial scale. Rainfall, the rainfall pattern in Nigeria, we know how it is, especially for some states. So we cannot solely or completely depend on rainfall. So we need to also look into irrigation farming if we really want to adopt it as a business model. Then we look at, of course, I've talked about enabling environment, so we need to look at security because it's very important. Most people are even scared to go to the farms today. So government have to play a key role in addressing also security challenges in the country whereby most of these farmers are able to access their lands and then go into fodder production, especially talking about all year round production. So these are some of the areas which we've looked at. Then we also talk about some innovative approach whereby we cannot also solely depend on saying we want to produce just maybe hay and then silage. There are some innovative approach which government have even started in some of the states, which has to do with some of these briquetting machine that's whereby you are able to palletize the hay and even the silage into pallets and then bag it and then transport it and then being sold to farmers at a subsidized rate. So most importantly, access to finance is important, whereby the farmers are also able to get some subsidy. Not least to what is the project that we are currently implementing, the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria, which it's going to end in 2025. We've been doing the two approaches, both the small scale approach and large scale approach, which has to do with the commercial fodder producers, where we are able to also subsidize 30% from the beginning of the planting to the end of the planting for farmers that are able to have like 5 hectares of land and above. So this is a commercial fodder production model, which we think it's sustainable and can be adopted as a business model at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, Group 1. Your time is up. So before we move to Group 2, I have some questions which I would ask now, and you will answer when it is time to answer the question. So you made mention of subsidy. So who should provide the subsidy, and what should the subsidy looks like? Should the subsidy be money? Should it be input? What kind of subsidy are we talking about? And you mentioned enabling environment, and you said security. Security is an enabling environment. What other enabling environment do you think we need? And who should provide that enabling environment? You mentioned policy. What kind of policy do we need? Who should advocate for the policy? Who should support the policy? And who should champion that policy after the policy has already been established? And what also, you mentioned access to finance. Who should provide the finance? The government, private sector? Is it development partners? And what should the finance looks like. Should it come in form of a grant? Should it come in form of a loan? And what do you think? I want all those nitty-gritty so that all the stakeholders that are involved would know themselves that, okay, it is something we can do, it's something we can take on. Then at the end of the event, we can track those stakeholders and go to them that, okay, based on our findings or based on our deliberation from the World Milk Day, these are the things that we have come up with that we think you can provide, and it is within your purview. So we would kindly help us to note down the answer. We'll come back to the answer after the presentation. So over to you, Group 2.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Iwot Samuel. I want to commend the Group 2. It was a very interactive section led by Dr. Ayok. I gave a case study of milk aggregation from CBI. A lot of us got, even for us that have been doing the aggregation, still learned more. Well, we agreed on 3 basic things. The first of it is getting the trust of the farmers. You know, aggregation is actually the middle point between the owners of the milk and the processors of the milk. So they're like, they collect from here and either give here or they collect and use by themselves. So the first thing is you have to get the trust of the farmers through advocacy and a lot of interventions with the farmers. You interact with them. Farmers have once been cheated and every other thing that happened to them. So the first time you go to them, of course there will always be a resistance. And farmers do not want you to just talk. They want to see real things. They want to see action. They want to see you getting involved. And one of the first things is engagement. You need to engage them, teach them through advocacies, and they begin to come out with a lot of things that they have, their fears, their challenges, and the rest. Then the second thing is you have to be transparent. You need transparency with the farmers. This is how much I'm buying your milk. This is how I want to buy it. This is who I am selling to. Okay, if I buy milk at this price, I am selling at this price. Or this is the profit you can make. One good thing about aggregators is it's a wonderful business that brings money, just being a middleman. And one of the most important is making money. How will they make the money? You need to teach them. You need to do a lot of trainings for the aggregators and also for the farmers. Now, number 3 is collection of the milk. That had always been a problem. Milk, of course, we know, as good as milk is, it's also very bad when it is contaminated. One of the things we want to avoid in milk is the bacterial load. So we first work on the farmers, training them on how they will do a proper milking process, hygienic milking process. Now the next thing, which used to be very difficult, is the storage and the transportation of the milk. But with the system CBI is using and other places are coming up with is the solar milk collection centers. It's complete solar. It's a single phase chiller. Of course, you hardly find single phase chillers these days. They are either 3-phase, and you know, for you to power 3-phase, you need a big diesel generator. You know how much diesel is now. So you need solar milk collection, and of course this can save milk for like 14 hours before you now begin to distribute to other people. Now you have gotten the milk, you are distributing the milk. What is the next thing? You need to now spread it, go on a larger scale. One of the you may be in a place without even electricity or anything, but once you can get things like this, you can power your solar. May not work, you use batteries, and after the batteries, then you can use single phase generators, this petrol generators, to power the solar tanks. Now the collectors come to collect. Their story is a really fantastic one. Within 1 year, they went from 500 liters to 5,000 liters. I think it's a very good one, and it's a lesson for all. One other thing that we had there was, okay, how do we continue with this? What's the sustainability in it? How will this continue for every other person? Because we want a lot of people to come into this business. I aggregate milk for my place, and I still collect milk because I need more of the milk. But a lot of times we believe that the milk is not there. The milk is there, but how to aggregate it and to store it is where the problem is. Now the solution is already coming. We have solar tanks. Now you liaise with the collectors, that's the processors that will actually process the milk. If they come within that 14 hours, they should be able to collect your milk and transport it to their point. You won't believe that sometimes milk comes from Abuja to Kano. Of course, we have the stakeholders in our midst. They bring milk from Abuja to Kaduna, from Kaduna to Kano, which is about 6 hours, average of 5 to 6 hours. But as long as the milk is chilled, it can go within that 14 hours. You wonder why it's 14 hours. The microbial load begins to increase if it goes beyond that period. So for people that wants to come into this business, you are welcome. We need the support of the government to create more like a learning hub. You can't do this business without proper tutelage. We have people that are well grounded in this job. They have been doing it for close to 25 years, 25 years. They've been on this job, so they have the expertise. They need to bring them together, and enough of competitive processing. We need collaborative processing. I cannot collect all the milk in the north. Friesland cannot collect all the milk in the south. We have a lot of them. So we all have to come together, see how we will get milk from all the aggregators. The aggregating side is a sector that it's on its own in the supply chain. So we need to develop it. We need to make people understand what it is, teach people more on it, and a lot of more awareness. We need to collaborate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a passionate presentation, and I so much appreciate the engagement that you have mentioned. It is what we really need. But like I asked earlier, I still have some questions because I want us to be direct. I want us to mention stakeholders by name so that we will have people to go after. You know, if you want the Ministry of Agri to do something, mention it, that okay, we want the Department of Animal Husbandry Service to do this. If you need this, if you think Saria Consulting will be in the best position to do something, mention it, so that at the end of the day we can go after them by name. So my question to you is, you said we need to engage farmers. Who should do the engagement, and what form of engagement are we talking about, and what resources do we need to make the engagement happen, and what stakeholder can provide support in making that engagement happen? So same for training. Who should do the training for the farmers? Alhaji Aminu Yako already said earlier that some stakeholders are currently doing the training. Meanwhile, they are not the people that should actually be doing the training in practical. So the solar milk collection center is something that is laudable. We need more of that. And also we are trying to advocate for a sustainable dairy, and by promoting petrol engine, petrol generator, we are actually contradicting ourselves. So we need to stick to that solar powered machinery for our dairy production, because the theme of our event has sustainability in it, and we are trying to eradicate the production of greenhouse gases as much as possible from our dairy value chain. And also for our collaboration, who do we need to collaborate with? Which stakeholder? What is their name? Let us mention the name so that we know who to go after. So we need the name of the stakeholder. Thank you very much. So I would be waiting for the answer to those questions when it is time to answer a question. And over to group 3. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for passing the microphone to the group with one of the most critical issues across the value chain. Before I go further, I'd like to say thank you to my group members for making my job easy. So our first question, do I need to read the question? Or just jump right into the answer?
Jump.
Sorry?
Jump.
Okay, jump. So it's around financing, okay? At the very first thing we came up in our group is that the dairy value chain is really peculiar, okay? We have different categories of players, each with, different financing needs and distinct needs. There is no way we can have one financing product that can speak to each of these players. So our first suggestion is that there is need for there to be tailored financing to address the small-scale producers, the large-scale producers, the small-scale processors, the large-scale processors, as well as other players across the value chain. The second recommendation we came up with is that commercial financing is a no-no. If you go to any bank today, you're hearing rates like 35%, 30-something%. It's not sustainable. There's no way we can go to our deposit money banks. It's just not sustainable. So in our group, we are coming up with the recommendation that there is need for the government to be much more deliberate in supporting the dairy value chain. They need to, play a much bigger role, even if it means in terms of providing matching funds. So you see a dairy company, and as a government, you're saying, oh, if the value of your company is ₦1, I will bring ₦1 to the table. Let's see how we can make this work. We also talked about the need for the CBN to recapitalize some of the agric-related institutions so that they can still provide the support that the value chain requires. The third recommendation we came up with is with respect to collaterals. Okay, we know today everywhere we go, because the owners of the money or the financiers want the comfort that they will get their monies back, they would always ask for collateral. Okay, I was saying, oh, is it possible for us to use our biological assets, which in this case are the cows? Is there a way we can register them with the National Collateral Registry such that they now have values allocated to them and they can actually serve as collaterals to back whatever kind of loans or financing that dairy players require? And then the next is insurance. This goes without saying. We really need to be more serious about having insurance, back up our dairy businesses. So in our group, we said it's important to have an insurance bond in place, which will be backed up by a performance bond. So for any insurance company that wants to take up such a transaction, that insurance company needs to ensure that there is a guaranteed offtake agreement in place that tells the insurance company that, look, when this milk or this final product is produced, there is a buyer waiting to, offtake the product. And then the next is, there's a general misunderstanding or lack of understanding of the peculiarities in the dairy value chain. We need to keep educating our financiers and the people with the money about the intricacies of the value chain so that they can be more willing and more receptive to lending or to giving their money to the value chain. And finally, we need to promote the formation of cooperatives. It's important for us to group our dairy producers, into groups, and this helps to boost their financial capabilities, and it also makes it easy for lenders to give money when they come as a group. It increases the the finance that they can access as a group. So we need to promote. I know there are a lot of cooperatives, but we need to promote formation of more cooperatives to make financing into the dairy sector easier. So that's it for group 3, sorry.
Thank you very much. That was a very judicious use of our time. So I do have some questions for you as well, and thank you for that presentation. That was a very good one. Thank you. So you mentioned that we need government support. We need to specify. We have, if you go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment today, they have a lot of departments. We need to know what departments do you actually need support from. Is it an agency? So we need to know what the name of the agency is, what the name of the department is, so that to make our job easier. And also, you mentioned insurance. Who should actually educate the farmers or which government agency, which government department should educate the farmers about insurance, about the benefit of the insurance? Because you would agree with me that it is not always easy for insurance company to just go to a farmer and tell them, oh, we have an insurance package that you should come and buy. They probably will not buy it. So we need to know who should actually do the education. And yeah, you said we should promote cooperative formation. Who should do the promotion? And what kind of promotion are we actually talking about? And what stakeholder do we need to support us in this promotion? What stakeholder should champion the promotion? So these are the questions that we really need to answer. So before, let us take numbers. If you have questions for Group 1, please kindly raise your hand so that we can get on with it. So you answer my question first, Dr. Ibrahim, before we go ahead and take questions from the audience. So just one question per group. Okay, no question, Dr. Ibrahim. You can go ahead and answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for most of the questions you asked, I looked at some of the answers during my presentation, but let me be very specific now, since you need the names of the stakeholders. Two things also which I didn't mention is things about capacity building, training and retraining. Then also we have to talk about alternative feed resources, which is another gateway for our innovative approach for feed and fodder. So in terms of training and capacity building, this we will focus basically is a public-private approach. So for the public institutions, we are going to leverage on Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the Department of Animal Husbandry Services. Okay. Then we also are going to leverage on FDAE, Federal Department of Agri Extension.
Rapporteurs, are you noting this?
Then also we are going to look at NAPRI, National Animal Production Research Institute. They are also doing a lot of capacity building in that aspect. So for the private organizations, basically Sahel Consulting is one champion that is doing training and capacity building in terms of good dairy practices which involve principles of pasture production and processing. So we're also going to leverage on this.
Okay, so for the subsidy, who should provide the subsidy and in what form should the subsidy come?
So the subsidy can come in both forms. We can have inputs, then we can also have form of grants. So in terms of inputs, we are also leveraging on basically government, if government is able to provide that, specifically Department of Animal Husbandry Service providers. Then for subsidy in terms of grants, you know, we already have also in Sahel Consulting our Aldim project where we do the commercial fodder production model, CFP. We support the CFPs, the commercial fodder producers, with 30% or 30% of fund from start to finish. So Sahel Consulting is playing a very critical role in terms of that grant. So we can leverage on that.
So for the policy, what kind of policy are we expecting? Who should champion the policy?
So when we talk about policy, basically I think our discussion goes on policy reforms. Already some of these policies are there, but implementation is also...
So we should go back and review those policies.
Yes.
So we should champion that.
Yes. That is basically the work of the government, public institution. So we have to go back to FMAD and look at these policies.
Department of Animal Husbandry Services.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically.
A lot is on the department. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. So over to Group 2. Do you have any question for Group 2? Just one question? None. So to my question, so so you mentioned engagement. So engagement by who, in what form, and what are the resources that is required, and what stakeholders should provide support in engagement?
Well, engagement is all round. First to the farmer and also to the intending aggregators. First, you need to train the farmers. You need to make them understand that coming to collect your milk will, of course, help out in alleviating some of the problems.
Engagement by who? Engagement by who? Just who?
I know.
Okay, yeah.
It starts with the government. It starts with the Ministry of Agriculture, and also
what
with.
department?
You want me to say it?
Yes,
Animal
yes.
husbandry, sure. And also with Sahel Consulting. You know, all this needs to come through a registered, organized setting. And those are the two we have. And of course, they are experts on this.
What form of engagement?
Engagement, having to talk to the farmers, making them understand the
conversation.
By
Training.
conversations, by advocacy, by bringing them together to train them, having having town hall meetings, going to the community leaders. You know, a lot of times you bring them together.
If the department is doing this and Sahel Consulting, they partner with Sahel Consulting, as you have mentioned,
yes.
What stakeholder can provide support in this regard so that it will not be a lot on them?
All the processors that wants to collect the milk.
Okay, all the processors.
All the processors that wants to collect the milk will also be a big support.
Okay, so for the solar milk collection center, who should provide it? How is it going to be maintained? What kind of partnership do we need to build milk collection center? Because
building milk collection center for the fresh, for people coming in, small scale, they can have grants like Group 3 has said.
Grants provided by who? Who should we target to get these grants?
You target Bank of Agriculture through the necessary people, of course, through the Ministry of
Rita,
Agriculture.
are you noting it? Okay, Bank of Agriculture. Okay.
Let me just stop at Bank of Agriculture. Right. And you know, some of the processors can also bring in grants because they, of course, like the use of motorbikes.
Okay.
The CBI model, they give them bikes and they pay through the proceeds from the bike.
Okay, thank you very much. So over to Group 3.
Sorry, you mentioned something about the sustainability using petrol.
Yes.
That was the last, your solar most of the time does not fail. Every day you have light. As long as the day comes, you have light. But there may be some error or something, problems somewhere. That's the last resort. It's not even one of the resorts that comes quickly. It's the last, because after the solar, you have the batteries. And of course, the batteries should be able to cover you for a long period. Maybe 1 or 2 problems. It's not even a close solution.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but at least at the end of the whole thing, in case there is a problem, you have something to quickly run back to.
All right, thank you. We really do need to take our sustainability very seriously. Thank you very much. Over to Group 3.
Okay, thank you very much. I just realized that I did not answer the second question. Yeah. Have you come to that already?
No. Okay. So I mentioned government support. So what kind of support do you need from the government, and what agency or what department are you looking for that support?
So I was referring to the questions from the group. Are we done with those questions?
Yes.
Because I realized I didn't answer the second one. I want to quickly run through them, please, because they're very important. So it's around how can financial products, be designed to incentivize sustainable practices? And we identified quite a few.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be very fast, don't worry. So we said we need to identify grants, and other financing by international organizations through the government level so that it can trickle down through cooperatives and all the way down to smallholder farmers. We need the government support to be able to boost the accessibility of renewable energy for our dairy farms. We need to build solar infrastructure at collection centers, which will serve as common service facilities for the farmers so that they can have shared costs. And then there is need to utilize our animal waste and convert them to useful resources like organic manure and methane gas, which can help us power our farms and thereby saving costs. So to your question, the government institutions that we identified, first of all, the ministry, Department of Animal Husbandry, to promote the formation of cooperatives. It's actually multi-sectoral, but the ministry is the queen here. Okay, so the ministry and then other players, particularly the aggregators, so those processors that need the milk need to find a way to encourage their producers to form themselves into clusters. Okay, the second question you asked, sorry, let me see.
So I said, what form of support?
What form of support? Yeah, loans, grants, inputs. They can do some sort of backward integration.
We look forward to the Department of Animals Boundary Service to give us loan and grants.
No, of course not. They're providing like organizational support to the cooperatives. So it's multi-sectoral. The ministry, other players like BOA, even NERSAL, you know, we all have a role to play in all of this. And I think you also asked, who should do the promotion of insurance? It's also multi-sectoral. First of all, the people coming with the money, if you know you want your money back, you need to be able to drive it into the people you are giving money that there needs to be insurance. So first of all from them, the ministry of course, other supporting financial agencies like BOA, BOI, NERSAL need to, in fact for any financial products, it must be backed by insurance. It must go without saying, and every player has a role to play. So,
all right, thank you very much. We appreciate your dedication and the insightful conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, apologies. Please have your seats. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I'm sorry I saw Director Nutrition while all these presentations, but I just want to, and forgive me if what I'm going to say has been said before. My insights in these opportunities for business and innovation to achieve feed and fodder sufficiency, I heard ministry in some of them. The only power we have and we can give freely is convening power. That's what we have and we can give freely. We expect the private sector. If at this point, I heard animal husbandry, ministry, and I'm worried, take it away from the ministry. Because if you want it to be sustainable, the private sector needs to see the business in it. And that's the only way we can achieve sustainability. So we must begin to separate feed for grains, okay, for poultry and for monogastric, separate it from fodder, pasture. It will help us, because for fodder, we need the private sector to be innovative. I think there are some businesses already doing outgrower scheme. They are doing outgrower scheme. I think Sebore Farm is piloting that. So we need it for sustainability. You need the private sector to take charge, because the ministry can only come in to help with convening, and then we can give a bit of support, but the support is not going to be consistent because of budgetary allocation. And so you must find a way of including in your program or in your project or in your strategy how you will get your feed and fodder. To be more innovative, you need to do that. For the business opportunities beyond all of this is how do we also get into export, because export can also stimulate growth and stimulate production. Sorry to take your time. For milk aggregation, again, I'm sorry I wasn't here to hear, but if we look at what is happening in other climes, it's not a processor that is an aggregator. So how do we have a critical mass or a cooperative or business around aggregation? In the department, we have milk collection centers scattered everywhere. They need to be rehabilitated, and we are beckoning on a lot of the private people to please, maybe tomorrow, in my presentation, I will have a map that tells you where some of these milk collection centers are. However, we need a business around milk aggregation, a business, so that the processor is assured of quality milk from an aggregator whose business is it to aggregate. So it is easy for the banks and the financial institutions to give credit or to give loan for aggregation only. If we begin to break it, it will be easier, so that a processor is not also an aggregator, so they can do their work better. And then for the finance, quickly, most of the where we say grant, it might be really difficult to get grant these days. But what I think we should push for is how do we bring down our interest rate. We can do it, and it's by engaging, hard engagement with the banks. To say, Sterling Bank is not here today, I don't know which other banks, to sit with them as a pressure group and say, bring out your books, BOA, bring out your books and let's see what you are saying, what you are charging. Why are you making it double? Tell us how you do it to make it single. How is Egypt doing it? How is Brazil doing it? How is our own different? So we need to bring that down to institutionalize the fact that farmers, particularly livestock farmers, should have single-digit loan, because we have been neglected for too long. And that's what we are pushing, and pushing hard. How do we get single, even if it's not, okay, let's start with 10% before we go to single digit. Instead of 30%, 25%, nobody is going to, or 35, nobody is going to get that. So how? And then finally, how can we push as a pressure group for recapitalization of BOA? It's not only government that can recapitalize BOA, private sector can recapitalize BOA. In other climes, that's what happens. So let me stop at that. And then I want us to always remember that government cannot do much. And what we think government can do, really, they cannot because of budgetary allocation. Okay, now we're supposed to be planting pasture. We are still calculating how we get pasture seeds. So tell me, by the time we get pasture seeds, it's past planting time.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate that. That's a very wonderful contribution. We have one question from the man behind. Sorry, can you please pass the mic to him? Yeah. Please raise your hand so that they can locate you. Yeah. So after this question, then we are going to round off the program. So, Madam Winnie has given us some contribution and some observation. I want us to incorporate it into our recommendation. Then by tomorrow morning, I'll personally approach you to get those recommendations and we can incorporate into our communique. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And happy Milk Day, World Milk Day. And so my question is, or let me say my input is not a question specifically, it's just a recommendation, because I realized that what you were trying to do in regards to the breakout session is to be able to portray who are these key stakeholders responsible for all of these key points, these topics that has been discussed in this break session. So what I would advise, or what I would recommend, is one thing. Before any questionnaire or any stakeholders are being pointed out, there is always a focus group. And in breakout sessions like this, you can actually suggest that people who are giving reports are actually discussing or pointing out the key stakeholders that are responsible for all of these things. Just imagine what Mrs. Winnie just said. Why are we always pointing at the federal government alone? Of course, the federal government actually has key responsibilities in these actions. But so once we're talking about the implementations of improvements in food security or whatever industry we want, we should also understand that there are local stakeholders that are responsible as well into improving the impact, into contributing to more impact in this sector. So it's very much important, as much as we want to mention some key stakeholders, we should also realize that there's some local communities that has, just on stakeholders analysis, it's on the scale of power and interest. So the federal government or Federal Ministry of Animal Husbandry just have Most of them in some sectors only have high scale when we're talking about the power. What about the interest line? So these are the key things that we should always take note of. So in this case, I would suggest that a focus group, pointing out all of these key stakeholders, the BOA, the Federal Ministry of Animal Husbandry, and so many other key stakeholders, the institutions, financial institutions as well, be brought to table. Let them have a focus group discussion. And from there, you could be able to know what other stakeholders can we bring into this discussion. So that's how we're able to know exactly who is responsible for what exactly. So not this is just like a general stuff, and then we are going to go back and also, just the normal traditional rule thing. So another thing I would like to point out is the power of information. Today now, we're expected to take something home, which I was actually expecting. If it's just a QR code that could lead us to an information on what the Federal Ministry of Animal Husbandry has been doing in regards to food security in the dairy sector. All of these things helps us to take away in detail, and what is expected of the results of this gathering as well. So I feel like these recommendations could help. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the recommendation, and we are going to review and adopt those recommendations. But trust me, we want to make sure that as much as possible, we are able to identify stakeholders that will ensure that we are able to tackle the bottlenecks that we have identified so far in the dairy industry, and we are going to follow up with them until we get a result. And thank you to Madam Winnie for pointing out that the government cannot do everything. We need to work closely with the private sector as well to get things done. Okay, we have people that want to ask questions. For the sake of equity, I will give out 30 seconds each to the two people that want to ask questions, then we call it a day. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. I have a comment, not a question. And my comment is to Madam Winnie. Madam, you just said in your presentation that we should take out the federal ministry from all of this talk, private sector. The honest truth is that private sector can't also do it alone. Okay, our hands need to be held. Everywhere in the world, agriculture is subsidized. Nigeria shouldn't be different. Okay, now you've attracted private sector into agribusiness. We need to start looking at the bigger scale, large organized farms, and move away from smallholder farmers, which is what has fed us till this date. But the truth is, the population we have cannot be fed by smallholder farmers, pastoral. You're talking about milk production, where you have trailers coming in and taking milk into processing factories. It's not going to come by one liter, aggregating 15,000, 20,000 alone. We need to come to a point where we can have, large dairy farms. Everywhere in the world, you see farms, 5,000 lactating animals, 2,000 lactating animals, and that does not exist in Nigeria. So we need to also to have the government help, and they need to be intentional about this help. I can give you an instance.
I do understand your point.
Okay.
And what Madam Winnie was saying is that we cannot put everything on federal government.
She said we should take out government, and which was what I was trying to. Sorry?
The government
not
is
completely.
the owner. No, not completely. The government is the owner of all this.
Look,
but the private sector needs to come in to support.
I'm quoting Madam Winnie now. She says all the power she has is to convene. All right? Convening is meaning that she has done her bit here today. We have all convened. But we can all leave here today after this beautiful talk and beautiful ceremony, and she says she has done her bit and is now private sector driven. And I go out there and I don't have enough money to be able to do the things we've said here. So government, like the minister said here, government has a listening ear and they are bullish about what they want to do. So they need to also come back and match the private sector. If I have 1 million naira to put into dairy, government should match me 1 million for 1 million. Then we can now begin to talk about developing dairy in the country. But if they want the private sector to do, and I go back to the banks who say, oh, 36% is dead on arrival. The man from Sterling Bank said to us here, oh, I have a fund, but it's only for 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds are still in primary school, and they are going to go back secondary school, and they are going to do smallholders. What we are talking about in dairy sector is not just smallholder. We are talking about have large dairy commercial farms. And that is where you develop this milk, and that is where you begin to turn this thing around and begin to get it to the point where we want to get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Notion. Now, what I'm saying is that we have convening power, and it's true. If you have any concern, we can pull under the same roof all the financial institutions and push for what we want. We can do that. But it will take the private sector to organize themselves into cooperatives to really get dairy going, the scale we want to go. Government, we don't own farms. So if I have to just talk to one person and one person and one person, I will not get anywhere. But if I'm talking to Koderan, for instance, and Koderan is made up of 15 or 16 or 20 of milking ban, then it's a force that I can use to say, to go to government to say, we have this push from these people. Can we capitalize this? Can we talk to these people to bring, because we don't own some of these things you think we can do for you. If government works with you to get land, government has done its own bit. But government, federal government does not own land. So we can talk to state government to facilitate land for you. So these are, yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. It's not that take away federal government, is don't think that everything has to rest with the federal government. No. If you do that, ask me. I just came back from Morocco 2 months ago. Let me tell you what is happening. One cooperative that they have over 35 of them. They have 12,000 milking cows. 12,000 is a cooperative, is the largest. But it's a cooperative. So what is government able to do? Because it's a group of people, the government can negotiate that this group of people must get their loan, and then we can put money there. But when you are fragmented, how do we do that? That's why I said, don't put everything on federal government. As private sector, what are you doing to come together? It's very difficult to work together in Nigeria, but you have to break that barrier. You have to. Otherwise, we can't do much. How much will federal government have to give to every dairy farmer that wants funding, for instance? And don't forget, we run on budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your last explanation. Formerly, you said we should allow federal government off from the race. It's not possible for federal government to off from the race because you are the father of all farmers. Let us take, for example, in Brazil today, there's something they are doing on dairy that the government doesn't partake. They know how many cows each farmer has. They know everything that is happening in their country. The same thing in France. So that we should emulate all these countries, so that we will be going to bring milk back to this country from outside. It's better for us to import than to be bringing in water to the country to come and say to us, federal government have role to play. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are not going to take further questions. We have already run out of time. A big thank you to everyone for participating. A big thank you to our group representative. Please, a round of applause to them as they march off stage. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Over to the MC to do the closing remarks.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the course of this breakout section and the presentations, you will agree with me that we've been able to share very useful information. We've been able to exchange some constructive ideas. To me, it has been a very successful interaction. We want to thank Mr. Hafiz Adoye for moderating that segment. We want to thank the presenters and those who participated. Thank you so much for coming. We, at this point, saying that we want to thank you. We're actually going for lunch. But let me tell you, after you must have gone for your lunch, please endeavor to visit the exhibition stands. It's very, very important. Tomorrow is another day. Let's be here by 9 o'clock so that we can kickstart on time. When we meet again, we will always celebrate and rejoice. Please, at this point, I want to say a good thank you to Empire Events. They are the people who decorated this place, and they did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, Empire Events. We thank every one of you. It has been a very good day. Thank you, and God bless you. We have come to the end of today's event. But let me say this. We started with the word of prayer, and we must end with the prayer. We'll take the last stanza, we'll convert it to prayer. That is, let's remain standing as we do that. The last stanza of the new national anthem, we just convert it to prayer. At the count of 3, O God of creation, grant this our request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. May God in His infinite mercies answer all our prayers. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.